And I see this is the where you were. Yeah, there's a seat here, right here, over here.
Orbs on your nose.
You want us to let them?
I interrupt Cedar.
Maybe.
Yes.
I spent a lot of time going into the neighborhood with the solar farm, talking to people, and can I have an extra minute?
It'll be at the end. It's a public comments at the end. of this
Yeah,
meeting.
at the end, okay,
Yeah,
good,
that's fine.
that's good.
Okay.
Because a lot of people, you know what, they all got a letter, and they go, oh, what's that? I said, yesterday. Monday, I said, can you get the neighbors to come out? And they didn't even realize it. And I said, didn't you read it?
Yeah, I usually should have. the
Now it
date
says
right
I'm
now.
unmuted, so.
Was.
It also should have been a
Test.
sign
I
on the
was
property.
surprised. Yeah, I was surprised.
Yeah, well, then,
Test, test, testing.
you're welcome.
Says I'm unmuted.
Did you?
Muted. Now it says you're unmuted.
Test, testing.
Half the room is gonna do for the solar farm.
People are always messing with crap.
Test, testing, test.
Good. Thank you. Hey, text me who's on there.
That's about all we can do.
Like right here. I didn't think.
Some president of something, it's gonna ruin the fabric from the.
Testing, 1, 2, testing.
All right.
Maybe.
There are people on WebEx. Here we go. I'd like to call this meeting to order, a regular meeting of the Plan Commission on Monday, October 14th at 6:30 PM here in the Germantown Village Hall boardroom, and also can be accessed via WebEx. This meeting has been given public notice in accordance with sections 19.83 and 19.84 of the Wisconsin statutes in such form that will apprise the general public and news media of subject matter that is intended for consideration and action. Roll call shows all commissioners present except for Mr. Williams, who is excused. First item on the agenda is approval of minutes from the Plan Commission meeting of September 9th, 2024.
Move approval is presented.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion to approve the minutes? No discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. That then takes us to new business, starting with new business, item A, presentation on the Wisconsin Farmland Preservation Program, draft Washington County Farmland Preservation Plan, and draft farmland preservation areas. A map for the Village of Germantown, who is going to be introduced by Adam Christensen, who is from the Washington County Community Development Department, and public comments will be received following the presentation. So to get us going on this new business item, I'll turn the meeting over to our Community Development Director, Jeff Retzloff. Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you indicated, Adam Christensen is here with us this evening. Adam is with the Washington County Community Development Department, and he is going to present to us this evening information about the Washington County Farmland Preservation Plan, and more specifically, the Farmland Preservation Areas map, a component of that overall plan that does involve the Village of Germantown. After Adam's presentation, we're going to field questions from the Plan Commission members for Adam. After that, we'll take comments from those in the audience that are here on this particular topic. And after all the questions or run through all the questions, Adam is going to break off and go in conference room A, which is accessed by the lobby to the left as you head out of the room here, to meet with individuals who might want to further discuss their specific situation with him and go over the map in conference room A. So with that, I'll introduce Adam Christensen with Washington County.
All right, as he's coming up, for those that came in and there were no agendas in the rack, there are additional agendas there if you'd like one. For those that are standing in the back, this is not church, but we do have a front row that's available with 5 seats. So if anybody would like to come and sit in the front row, you're welcome to do that as well. So, Mr. Christensen.
Okay. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Adam Christensen, as has been stated, and I am here to present on the draft farmland preservation areas for the Washington County Farmland Preservation Plan, specifically within the Village of Germantown. So before I start, I'm going to kind of cover an agenda of what we're actually going to go through in this presentation, so we kind of get a roadmap for all the information. So first, we're going to go through an overview of the State Farmland Preservation Program. We're going to go over the components of the program, not in great detail, but enough to get to scratch the surface and get a good understanding. Next, we're going to go through an update to the Farmland Preservation Program. In 2023, there was some updates to the tax credits and other items. Next, we're going to go over the process that the county went through with the Farmland Preservation Advisory Committee to draft these farmland preservation areas. And then we're actually going to look at them and review those draft farmland preservation areas. And then finally, we're going to end with next steps. So what happens after this presentation with these farmland preservation areas? But the ultimate goal of this presentation is to actually cover those farmland preservation areas. Okay, so before you are the components to the Farmland Preservation Program at the state level. So the very first step of this Farmland Preservation Program is the county's Farmland Preservation Plan. So counties have to have the Farmland Preservation Plan, and then within the plan, it designates goals for farmland preservation, but then it also, more importantly, designates farmland preservation areas. So these farmland preservation areas are recommendations for potential further implementation of farmland preservation programs, which are covered a little bit further in this slide. But basically the recommendations, they don't have any authority to dictate what somebody can do with their property. It's when those further implementation steps are taken that there is like limitations. But let's say we've gone through the process, we've established these farmland preservation areas. The county will go through and make edits to that map. And then once we have the final version of the plan, we will send it to the Department of Agriculture, Trade and Consumer Protection for certification. Once that's certified, the county will actually formally adopt this farmland preservation plan. And then it's up to our municipalities, specifically towns, and then also the village of Germantown to decide whether or not they want to take the next step in order to potentially implement or create a farmland preservation program, which would be incorporating these farmland preservation areas into their future land use map. Let's say that the village hypothetically does that, and there's two ways to implement this program. One, the village can take an active role and actually create farmland preservation zoning districts, which would then be certified through the state, or technically, a minimum of 5 landowners can petition the state to create an agriculture enterprise area. And what this agriculture enterprise area is basically a group of parcels that these petitioners put together and say, within this boundary, this agriculture enterprise area, landowners can sign farmland preservation agreements to then basically say, I'm not going to develop my farmland for the next 10 years, 15 years, which would then qualify them for the tax credit incentive attached to this program. But then through that agriculture enterprise area process, there's a lot of public input that is required. The petition process isn't simply just going to the state and saying, hey, this is our application, do you approve it? It actually requires public input and then actual approval from municipalities. But let's say one or both of those programs are implemented, then landowners within those either the farmland preservation zoning districts or that agriculture enterprise area with that farmland preservation agreement would qualify for tax credits for their land. So just moving forward, let's go right into kind of the tax credit amounts. What they mean. So, and at the same time, let's also talk about the update to the farmland preservation program. So in 2023, they basically increased the tax credit amounts attached to these lands or these properties. Pretty much, if you are in a farmland preservation zoning district or an agriculture enterprise area with a farmland preservation agreement, you automatically qualify for a $10 per acre tax credit. And then if you're within both, because you can be within both, it would be a $12.50 per acre tax credit. In addition to the update in 2023, they reduced that farmland preservation agreement I had mentioned from a minimum of 15 years to only 10 years. But there isn't a maximum that they've attached to it. So, those tax credit amounts, what do they kind of mean? I have 2023 number and actually have updated 2024 numbers because there's new tax dollar amounts. So for example, Dodge County had 486 claims for this tax credit. On average, it was about $1,500 per claim with a total of over $700,000 in credits received. Now in Washington County, we actually had 26 people claim this tax credit. So as of right now in Washington County, there isn't any actual implementation of a farmland preservation program within any of our municipalities. So what that means is these 26 people live in Washington County, claim their taxes in Washington County, but then they own land in Dodge County or Fond du Lac County that actually qualifies for this farmland preservation program. So their claims are from there. And again, in 2023, their amounts were about similar to the Dodge County amounts. Actually, in 2024, with the increases of the tax credits, it was about $2,500 per claim. So a jump from 2023. And total in 2020, it was 38,000, and now it was 48,000. So Now, we talked about the tax credits, kind of the incentive behind it and the components of the farmland preservation program. Let's go over how the county went through and created these farmland preservation areas. And specifically how the county worked with our Farmland Preservation Advisory Committee to create these areas. So first, the very first step was what we call a land evaluation and site assessment analysis. And you can just break it down into two pieces. Number one, there's the land evaluation component, and then there's a site assessment component. Land evaluation component takes all the natural features that are on the parcel, looks at the soil types, like if it's flooded, is there woodlands on the property, and computes it and puts it into a score, basically. Then it takes all the site assessment portions, which are all the man-made features. So is it near an on and off ramp that's near an intersection where it could be easily developed? Is it near residential development where there might be pressure to develop it? And it, again, creates a bunch of scores for that specific parcel. But in the end, it combines all those scores and it computes it into one final LISA score, which is a 1 to 10 score on every single parcel that says, is it tier 1 or tier 2? And what breaks up tier 1 and tier 2 is basically we take the average, and everything at the average and above the average is tier 1. Everything below that is tier 2. Tier 1 is basically being identified as, the best possible land for preservation, or tier 2 is, it should be considered, but it should be a lower priority than tier 1. So the county went through further steps other than just that. That was just the base steps to create an initial farmland preservation area map. Then we went through 6 steps initially. I brought the farmland preservation areas, the draft farmland preservation areas, to the advisory committee, and they kind of said, this is kind of scrawny and skimpy, and there aren't really enough, and we should probably do some changes. So the advisory committee recommended that, number one, reduce the minimum acreage size or block acreage size from 100 to 35 acres, and then to just 1 farm of common ownership instead of 3. I'll give an example of blocks in the future. It's just easier when I have a map in front of me. Number 2, originally we only took tier 1 farmland and incorporated into the farmland preservation areas. This time around, the advisory committee said, whether it's pasture or whether it's a perfect cropland for corn or soybeans, then it should be considered, and therefore put everything into the analysis, not just tier 1. Number 3, 4, and 5 are all really connected to the state statute, which requires that these farmland preservation areas not be planned for development in the next 15 years. So number 3, all parcels must be located outside of a city or village boundary, except for the village of Germantown, and not within a planned sewer service area. Next, all parcels must not be located on a property planned for non-agricultural development. So if the future land use was meant for residential or commercial or industrial, it was taken out. Then after that, it can't be in a non-agricultural zoning district. Same thing as number 4, but it just can't be zoned that. And then number 6 was all parcels must have at least 30% of its land in agricultural use. Okay, so before we go into the present, let's look into the past a little, like for 5 seconds, and look at the 2013 draft farmland preservation area map. So this is in 2013, the village saw this map and looked at it, considered it, and said it looks acceptable as is. But now let's look at 2024. So you can kind of see there's definite changes. I mean, there's additions in the southern portions, but then there's removals in the more northern section. It varied just because of the analysis. So those are the draft farmland preservation areas. So now how do we go about editing this map and making changes and recommendations? Well, first, the village needs to, we need to, find if A, that's acceptable as is, or B, determine if additions or removals need to be made. And here are some ground rules for additions and removals. So number 1, parcels can be included if they're completely natural resources and open space. Just because there isn't any farmland on the parcel, as long as it's not a subdivision or a man-made use, it can be considered to be added. And they could be a good way to connect farmland preservation areas, which is kind of important in the program. Number two, cannot include parcels that are planned for non-agricultural development in the next 15 years. That's that state statute requirement. And then again, number three, also connected to the state statute. The reasoning for adding it or removing parcels can't be because I don't want to be in it or I want to be added. And it could be a very simple reason. It could be, I do want to be removed because I do plan to develop this in the next 10 years. Or I want to be added because I know, that this is going to be farmland for the next 10 because my son or whoever is taking over the farmland. So originally I usually stop here to ask and see if there's questions, but I think we're going to wait till the end. So next steps, what happens after this presentation? So I have a few more presentations to make for a few other towns, but I'm going to continue to do that. We're going to make edits to the map based off of recommendations from all the communities. And once I have a final version of that map, I will bring it to the village of Germantown to say, here are the recommendations that I've had. And that will then be considered if the village is interested in considering the resolution of intent. What the resolution of intent is basically, it says that the village may be interested or would be interested in making those next steps. It's basically a way to signal to the county, say, hey, we're interested, and therefore you should put our draft farmland preservation areas into the final county-wide map that will then be sent to DADCAP for certification. If in the end that the village just turns out it isn't really interested in this and does not approve the resolution of intent, that's okay. We will just keep it as a draft in the plan. It just won't be sent for DADCAP for certification. Even with the resolution of intent, if it's not binding, I like to add that. So it isn't required action after the fact if there's a change in heart or something like that. But let's just assume that the village will or does adopt the resolution and gets sent to DADCAP for certification. And then the county adopts a farmland preservation plan. And then the village can then go about adding the farmland preservation areas to the future land use map. And then after that is when the actual implementation of the farmland preservation programs would take place. So that's zoning or that's agricultural enterprise areas or both at the same time. So that's pretty much it. So with the Plan Commission, I'll ask if there's any further questions.
Mr. Retzloff.
Adam, I've got a couple of questions. If the village passes the resolution wherein we agree to add the farmland preservation area map to our 2050 plan, can we then and subsequently decide to not adopt a farmland preservation zoning district?
Yes. So, I mean, if you did that, that would then leave it up to landowners to decide if they want to create an agricultural enterprise area, which is something that can actually cross borders as well. So if there's a town of Jackson farmer that knows a village of Germantown farmer or landowner that's interested, they can create an agricultural enterprise area that expands across the boundary. I know that wasn't your question, but that's some important information too.
No,
So,
it
yep.
does help because that is effectively what we did 10 years ago
Mhm.
when
Right.
we updated the last plan. We passed the resolution. We accepted the preservation areas as you define them.
Yes.
We discussed further amongst ourselves and then ultimately decided to not
Yes.
create a farmland preservation district.
Yes, it was also in addition, the Department of Agriculture, Trade and Consumer Protection had some issues with our math last time. The previous time, when we did this last time in 2011, 2013 time, this was we were one of the first counties to do it. And therefore there was a lot of bumps in the road. And now since then, the program has been much more flexible and it's been much, I shouldn't say flexible, but working with them has been much easier of a time. So they've been more flexible in what you can add. So for example, rural residential zoning districts or agricultural / residential zoning districts, the previous Department of Agriculture and Trade and Consumer protection, had issues with that being added. And we worked with them now and they said, well, there's likely lots of farmland in those districts, so therefore you should add them to the map. So I know that was a major issue last time, and subsequently now that is different. So, but yeah, yep.
Okay. My second question is, if the village adopts the resolution, adds the preservation areas to our 2050 plan, and then also goes forward and creates a new farmland preservation zoning district,
Mhm.
are we required to rezone all of the land that's shown on that map into the district right away? Or can we just wait for individual property owners to request to zone into that?
So you can have multiple, you can keep your current agricultural zoning districts and have a farmland preservation zoning district. The town of Addison is looking at a similar kind of route to allow people that are interested in that farmland preservation zoning district to apply for it and talk with them about it to get their property in order to qualify for the tax credit. So that is one route that some of our communities are thinking about doing. So
Okay.
yes.
Well, that's key for us because 10 years ago, the decision was to not adopt a district because of all the, I'll call it the baggage that went along with the program, the conversion fee, the penalty,
Yes.
that no longer exists. So
For zoning.
for zoning.
Yep.
So without getting into the weeds on this a little bit, it would seem that the latest program changes are more conducive to owners wanting to get in. But I just don't want it to be where if we do adopt a zoning district, that we have to put everybody on
You're
that.
full in 100%.
Yeah,
Right.
okay.
Yeah, and that's not the case, at least from what I've talked with DADCAP. That's not the case. And there's examples of communities
Okay.
that have done both and been more flexible.
All right,
Yep.
thank you.
Trustee Baum?
So this is a tool that we have. We put it on the shelf until somebody comes forward and asks to participate in it.
Potentially, if that's the way that the village would like to go. I know I guess it depends.
We're not going to force people to go into
No.
it.
I mean, if that's the route, then that's the route, I guess.
Could you bring up the map again, just so we could see the,
yeah.
the breadth of the number of properties?
Yep. Right. So if it's I guess what I imagine would be, if the village was going to adopt a farmland preservation zoning district, it would be another public hearing, public notice kind of input method to say, if you're interested, let's work through this like with a workshop or something like that. I guess that's what I would envision versus, light switch, one day you're A1, next day you're farmland preservation without, much notice or anything.
Okay, so it's going to be based on the residents, the farmers, the landowners coming forward and saying, we really want this. Then we would take action on what we're going to do.
Sounds like we could set it up that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how many people today are participating in Germantown? Do you know?
So in the village of Germantown itself, well, in Washington County itself, it's only the people that have land that do qualify in other counties that are claiming it. So nobody in Washington County right now qualifies. And the number was, it's like 26 people. So it's too small of a number for me to get that data without hitting privacy laws.
That's was my understanding is there's so few people that.
Right.
Could I add that in 2005, we had an estimate that there were about 10 property owners in the village who had agreements and could qualify for the program. And then in 2012, it was down to about 5
And they
based
took it
on
out without you.
the information we had. And now we just, we can't get that information. We can't get the details of that.
So is it safe to say that if some resident landowner wants to participate, they should come forward and talk to you
Yes, in fact, I think some might talk to Adam tonight.
afterwards tonight?
Yep.
I would point out that on the map, I believe you invited every property owner who owns land on that map.
Yes, we send postcards to the addresses attached to those properties.
And that was about 90 90 property owners.
Yes, about, yep.
So we could go about just posting a general notice. We could send out a short survey to the 90 property owners, assuming there isn't anybody else that we add. So there's a number of ways we could go about it, reaching out and asking for additional input. But yes, we would like to hear from the property owners if they want to participate. Because it does sound like we could set it up in a way that wouldn't be overly burdensome and would be conducive to some property owners getting, what would it be, up to $10 per acre?
$10 per acre. I mean, unless it's both, but most likely $10 per acre. Yeah.
Not a lot, but every little bit helps.
The last time this came through in 2013, wasn't it based off of size of property, or wasn't it so many acres that would
Yeah.
qualify for them to be even a participant?
Well, so there isn't a requirement for them to have so many acres. It's just so much, they have to have so many acres in order to be put into this map at the county level. So maybe similar was the block sizes we
Right.
were talking about. It used to be 100 acres, now it was 35.
Okay.
So it's not per parcel needs to be at least 35 acres. It's the groups of parcels that need to be at least 35 acres. So like right here, it's kind of like that group of like 6 or 8 parcels that make a block all together. That block needs to hit at least 35 acres.
Okay.
But at the DADCAP level, there isn't a acreage requirement. The majority of the land use just needs to be in agricultural use.
So this year, it seems like you have a new offering of your agricultural enterprise area where property owners can combine their properties together. Do they have to be contiguous, or can it be in separate?
Contiguous.
Okay, so if one person is in Jackson and the other one is in Germantown, their
Yep.
lands need to touch or have a common border.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. The objective of the program is farmland preservation, and DADCAP very much likes to see bigger agricultural enterprise areas versus just small islands instead. So, yeah, so.
Mr. Shadid,
Just for simplification, then we would merely create another zoning district, or however that's done. The applicant who would meet the requirements, 35 acres, maybe some other things, would come to us for a zoning change. And that's it.
So I didn't include it for time reasons. There are other state
Okay.
requirements. So there's like a conservation standard that's already, it's the standard conservation standard that the state has. So it's nothing new that farmers and landowners have to deal with. And talking with our land resources division, a lot of our farmers already meet that conservation standard. But then there is also a revenue requirement. So the farm operation itself needs to make at least 6,000 in revenue through agricultural revenue in the last year, and then or 18,000 in the past 3 years. So it's not just farmers that can qualify for this tax credit. It would also be landowners themselves. So if they rent their property out to a farmer, they would just need to get a receipt from the farmers saying that, yes, showing that they clearly made $6,000 in agricultural revenue. And then that's sent off with their tax return, basically. So,
Okay, thank you.
yep.
other questions from the commissioners? The plan was to have people from the audience ask questions if they so choose.
Yeah, or share their opinions. Maybe there are some property owners who are interested in us following through with this, or maybe there's others who
Right. If
suggest
there's
we don't.
anyone within our audience for this topic tonight, if you want to come to the podium and if you have a question or if you want to share some comments in regards to the presentation or the farmland preservation program, you're welcome to do so. Now, if you'd like, just come to the podium here, if you like, and state your name and your address for the record. Is there anyone that wishes to come forward and ask a question or make a comment in regards to this?
Scott Heffley, W159 N1514 Old Farm Road in Germantown. I think this is a good idea because the struggle in this village is always between how much development and how much rural. It should be up to the landowners to decide without, a burden of the village saying we need to develop or push development. So this is an optional thing. It's of their free will and choice to do it. So if they do it, then that means they don't want development on their property, and that would be them stating that, and then we would know what people saying. We always say, we don't know what people think. Well, this is a way for them to tell us what they think. Thank you.
Anyone else have any comments? Oh, am I? In farmland preservation? Okay. No, I'm just asking if it's in regards to farmland preservation.
Yes, Melanie Smythe, N140W17938 Cedar Lane. I live in this area.
Mhm.
And under my zoning, I might actually benefit from this, but I'd have to look into it a little bit more based on current zoning on our property. And I'm delighted that Mr. Christensen is a Germantown resident and is actually here helping with this. This is a problem with this village in that there's a lot of development that appears to be encroaching on the natural part, the northern part of our village. And one of the reasons that it is unique in the villages or in this county is because of the dual nature of the different kinds of options that we have. And I know that Director Retzlaff has worked hard to try and maintain that to a certain extent and has offered up conservation areas and things like that. So since it is optional, since it is not a kind of a you must do this type of legislation, I think it's great. And I concur with what Mr. Heffley said about it identifies people who may be interested in maintaining that kind of property. And compared to one item that's later on the agenda and the state statutes regarding that, it is heads and tails much better in terms of taking care of people and not forcing something that the state or even the federal government or big business lobbyists want from the green business for that farm, that so-called solar farm that's on the docket later.
Anyone else have any comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I would just point out, well, we don't have a graphic that shows it. All of the areas shown on the draft farmland preservation area map coincide with our rural preservation district
Mhm.
under the 2050 plan.
Right.
That's all.
Yeah, and strongly in the environmental corridor in that northeast corner as well. Anyone else?
I have a comment. My name is Jan Miller, W151N10297 Winsong Circle West. And I did notice, and if you could please speak to this, I believe I'm reading this correctly. The 2013 number of parcels, is this statewide, the 3,200?
I see the table. you're
It
referring
was
to. I'm
in
sorry.
the packet.
Thank you. I was presenting on this, but yes, okay, yep, okay, understood.
Okay.
We're at.
Oh, what?
The drop in the number of parcels? Or-
Yes.
Yeah, so.
And, well, wait, I only get a couple minutes.
Sorry,
so-
yep.
So just answer my question
yep.
afterwards. Okay, and then if you could speak to that, why, well, actually, the number of parcels are going up, but the number of acres is going down. And to me, visually, if the gold squares are the ones that are identified or invited at this moment in time, it looks visually less to me in 2024 than it does in 2013. And the other comment I wanted to make on this, I think it's a great program. You know, there were a lot of pages. We didn't get the information till Friday afternoon or sometime in that area. It's very hard to go through. But if you want to actually get this out to multiple, we don't have any meetings anymore this year, but if you want to get it out to multiple municipalities, there's an organization called Mid-Moraine Municipality Association and of Washington County. Actually, it's both Washington and Ozaukee counties. And if you came, we could invite you to one of the meetings. There's one in January now. But you could present this concept because it's about getting it out to administrators and trustees and things like that. So that's just an idea for you.
Good. Thank
But
you.
it looks pretty good. Thank you.
Okay, so the reason for the drop in the parcels in the acreage itself. So from 2013 to 2024, the main reason we've associated that drop was because of land divisions and parcels being taken out of agricultural use. So, you know, it was being subdivided or it was annexed or something like that, and it was being taken out. Additionally, in between, I talked about the land evaluation and site assessment portion. In between 2011 and /2013 and 2024, the values that NRCS gave us for soil types and stuff like that had a major change. So a lot of our land is a little bit more, or at least the more wet soils were given a lower score. So that's the reason and kind of like the drop in number of parcels. Excuse me. So I mean that kind of answers it quickly, but that's the main reason for the drops.
Other questions or comments? I understand, Mr. Christensen, you're going to be in conference room B, so if anybody wants to talk to you or
B or A? A.
A, where this is B, that's A. They can. So as you leave, and if those that want to talk to him, he will be in that conference room that's just outside of the
I'll
front
be there
door.
for about 30 minutes. If I'm just sitting there for 30 minutes, I'll probably head out. But in addition, if the Plan Commission has additional follow-up questions, feel free to contact me through Jeff. And then also, I can be here for other
Right.
meetings as well to help answer
When
questions.
do you think this will come back through for us, Jeff?
I think we'll put it back on the agenda for November.
Okay. All right, that sounds good.
Okay, all right.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. All right, that takes care of all items under new business item A, so we'll go to new business item B, which is Everett Friends, agent for the Anton Friends Trust and SA Technologies LLC, property owners of 65.2 acres located east of Fond du Lac Avenue, State Highway 145 and north of Donges Bay Road. Application to rezone 65.2 acres from the M1 Limited Industrial Zoning District to an RM3 multifamily and B1 Neighborhood Business Plan Development District, otherwise known as a PDD, for purposes of developing a 570 dwelling unit and 24,000 square foot retail commercial mixed-use development called Arbor Village. That's on tonight's agenda for a public hearing and action. Give us more information, background on this new business item. We'll turn the meeting over again to our Community Development Director, Jeff Retzloff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I invite the developer to come forward, I would just like to set the table here and describe a couple of things. The 65-acre parcel, as shown on the screen, is located in the northeast quadrant of the Donges Bay Road at Fond du Lac Avenue, State Highway 145 intersection. It's comprised of 3 separate parcels that are owned by the various entities, trusts, and family, so to speak. The property is located within the Victory Center corridor as designated under the 2050 plan. That particular area allows a variety of land uses that are allowed. The preferred land use, the one highlighted in green, is commercial for commercial development. But all of the yellow land uses, including single family, multifamily, 2 and 4 family, institutional, industrial, mixed use, those are all allowable uses in the Victory Center district. And that's the basis for the proposal that we have before us this evening, as described by the developer in their upcoming presentation. So with that, I'd like to ask, is it Everett Friends and or Bob Arnold, one or both? Are you gonna, is it Bob? And Jeff Grenier will be here to speak on behalf of the developer. It'd probably be easier if you just shoot from there. Yeah.
You have our. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Oh, great. You need technology. Hi, my name is Bob Arnold. I'm with the Friends family, real estate consultant, licensed realtor with MGM Group. Please excuse me, I'm just getting the allergies, seasonal allergies are killing me. So bear with me as I work through this. So Arbor Village, as we've been here before, we've talked to you in the past. I think we've made some changes and we've put together a nice presentation with some needs that we feel will work real well with Germantown. Arbor Village is a 65-acre urban condominium development. The 65-acre site has been a longtime family-owned farm and residence for over 100 years. The Friends family has deep roots and rich history in the area, with multiple generations growing up here and being active in the community. With years, members of the Friends family have been involved in the village hall, school board, and the senior center. Their father actually went to the one-room schoolhouse across the street, which is now the new coffee shop. The owners would like to have the 65-acre of the original farmland developed called Arbor Village in honor of Arbor Day. We believe Arbor Village aligns well with the overall growth and needs of Germantown, and we do not see any conflicts with any other possible future plans in the village, including the downtown Germantown area. The location of Arbor Village makes it a good buffer from industrial to residential and an ideal location for this development. Arbor Village is less than a half mile from the Germantown Center District based on the 2050 plan. Arbor Village is projected to be a 10 to 14-year condominium development divided into 5 phases. This is, I think, a real important factor in this development, and we'll talk about it more as we go forward. Depending on the economy, growth, demands in the real estate market, and building costs, that'll have an adjustment and an impact on the development. We are not a big developer rushing in to finish this in 2 or 3 years. We are working with the community with slow growth to benefit both of us, the community and Arbor Village. We will have some innovative features and some community features. We'll be addressing the features as well as some of the Germantown needs and the residential housing and condominiums. Excuse me. The benefits, Arbor Village will have many benefits for Germantown community. We believe Arbor Village will be a strong asset to the community and have a positive impact on Germantown. Impact fees of around $7,000 per condominium unit would bring in a little over $4 million. Property taxes per unit, $4,200 to $6,800 based on our price. We're looking at, when finished, $2.5 to $4 million per year. Water flow, each unit will contribute about $1,000 a year in water and sewer fees. Economic growth. An average buyer or homeowner will spend roughly 8 to 12% of their income in an area where they live on staples and household needs. Oh, shoot, sorry about that. Back one. One more. You want to do this instead?
Yeah, if you want to.
Yeah.
Keep it, I don't know if you want to change.
No, that's backwards. Yeah, there's one. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, these two weren't benefits right now. Thank you.
This is the right slide.
Yeah. Benefits, like I said, economic growth. An average buyer homeowner will spend roughly 8 to 12% of their income in an area where they live on staples, household needs, When completed, the potential result of this could be $6 to $8 million in sales. This will foster Germantown's business growth, increase in local economy through secondary spending and the multiplier effect. Local housing, Arbor Village can provide local housing for growing businesses, industries considering relocating to Germantown. Housing shortage, Arbor Village will address the housing shortage for age groups 21 to 35 and 60 and over. This we will spend more time on with some other charts and some other statistics. Community amenities, the southwest corner of Arbor Village will be developed into small commercial spaces for local residential needs, public pickleball courts, bike path, and possible EV charging stations, all available for Germantown residents. Innovative features of Arbor Village as condominiums will feature a clubhouse with an open area, an exercise facility, guest units for visiting family members, tennis and pickleball courts, an outdoor swimming pool, baseball, soccer fields, 2-mile walking trail, bike path, pet park, and Grandpa's Woods named after their grandfather, complete with sitting area and gazebo. Right, next. Reasons why people want to live and stay in Germantown. The first four are really standard in the real estate industry. New job opportunities, closer to loved ones, family is important, people moving back to family, relationships, people getting married, new relationships, wanting to start a family, education, moving to better school districts, or in some cases, moving in the same school district to another type of home or housing. The fifth one is probably, to me, the most important and the most impactful. Past or current positive impact from the community. Germantown residents have a very high rate of loyalty to the community and a strong attachment. This is unique for Germantown community compared to other communities in my experience. Many are long-term residents. Many would like to stay as they get older. Younger past residents would like to return. We would like to help make them happen. I was involved with Ashbury Woods in 2012 when Fiduciary converted the apartments into condominiums. And my sales team, during our sales open houses, we were just surprised at the amount of people in Germantown, past people from Germantown, kids coming back from college, older people that were looking for downsizing came in. Probably 30 or 40% of the people were from Germantown or had some ties to Germantown. That's something we have not experienced with any other community with our other sales. This is a huge compliment to Germantown. And I've been to a number of meetings. It's not uncommon. I've been here 25 years. I've been here 30 years. I bought my father's house. You know, I want to have my kids move to the community. These are comments that I hear every time I come to the meetings. And it's again, it's a huge compliment. That's not a negative thing by any means at all. So part of our goal is to make that happen and make this more accessible for people that want to be in Germantown. Okay, the next one, John. This side kind of speaks for itself. Have you noticed 2010 or later, we haven't had a lot of building going on. MLS statistics indicate that since 2014, only 226 new homes and condominiums have been built and sold in the last years. So there's, again, not much been happening in the community. So let's go to the next one. Average income of Germantown is $86,000. As home and condominium prices rise, local household incomes suggest that residents and people wanting to move to Germantown or stay in Germantown may struggle to afford living in Germantown due to changing economic conditions, home market prices, lack of housing that fits their financial and desired lifestyles. People wanting to stay in Germantown, when the time comes down to downsize, may find very limited choices and options due to the lack of housing that fits their lifestyle. The average home sale in Germantown as of 9/1 for the year 2024 was $518,515. The highest sale was $2.3 million and the low $277,000. Average condominium sale of comparable condominiums in Arbor Village, which would be 2-bedroom, two full baths minimum, was 334,000 with a high of 539 and a low of 199. And again, those are at least 2 bedrooms, 2 full baths. These are not all new construction. The new construction are going to be in the higher end, both in home sales and in condominium sales. Next, please. This slide is, we're going to spend a little more time on, and we're actually going to go into a little more in depth. The A is the age group 25 to 38. You may not be able to see it, but almost directly down from the A, it says 20 years old. So 20 to 35 is the lowest part there. The lines are broken into male and female. We really don't care because they almost follow each other. And the other age group, B, is 60 and older. You can see where 60 starts going down as well. And we're going to talk about those as well. So the A group was the millennials, ages 28 to 34, and downsizing baby boomers, empty nesters are the 60 to 78. Both are the driving demand for condominiums. Condominiums often represent a more affordable option to homeownership, especially in these age groups. Our condominium design and options and amenities at Arbor Village will appeal to both of these demographics. Millennials and baby boomers are drawn to the condos due to their low maintenance requirements and urban locations. Excuse me. Millennials are more likely than older generations to purchase a home or condominium. They are the most lacking age group in Germantown and at least addressed in the Germantown chart. If you look at the peak before it, that makes sense because there's our children, people going on to college. So there will always be a natural dip down. But this dip seems a little more excessive than a lot of other groups. And then we get into the B group and that just crashes almost. And that to me is something that we're just not addressing with the age group. So, oh, I'm sorry. The A group, the peak before it is just young kids, 10, 14, 18 years old. They're living at home, going on to school. So there's a natural dip, which will always happen. To me, that dip goes down a little too far, and we're not addressing that age group with housing that works for them. And then the B group is just another group that just is crashing down too much. So again, the A group is the millennials. In April of 2024, they will become the largest group of home buyers at this time, surpassing baby boomers. This generation values eco-friendly, energy efficient, which may explain their preference for new construction. Energy efficient homes are not only beneficial to the environment, but also provide significant savings on utility costs and new building home insurance. As a very independent age group with strong goals, condominiums are a great affordable stepping stone in the home ownership for them as they grow. I didn't mean to chuckle, but I'm thinking about my son just while I'm reading this, and it fits perfectly. Empty nesters, the B group. As we look over here, again, we're seeing a lack of housing for that age group. Represents the declining demographics in Germantown. However, by the year 2030, this age group will also become the largest population in the United States for the first time. By 2030, if not before, they also become the largest generation looking to downsize, increasingly interested in new construction, condominium developments as an option. As living options will be limited due to the high cost of renovating their homes and the desire to downsize, the desire to stay within a community will be difficult without some options. 2-bedroom, 2-bath condominiums have become one of the most popular real estate designs for this age group, making them highly sought after option for this demographics. Additionally, the current age group 50 to 60 in Germantown, which at this point is our highest peak, will in 10 years move over to the B group. And at that point, what are they going to do and where options are they going to have available? Because they're going to have a lot more competition as that becomes the largest group out there, not only in Germantown, but in the United States. So again, our condominiums are designed to address these two age groups. And when Jeff comes up, he'll show our phases and what we're doing. But the age groups are the 25 to age and the 60 age. And that is the age group that really buys condominiums. They're not homeowners ready for a full-size home yet. We'd like to address the school projections because we know that's a very important factor and something that is everyone is talking about. So, thank you. Phased development will allow local schools to effectively manage growth projections. Steady increase in residents. Schools can anticipate changes in enrollment and adjust resources accordingly. Again, we're looking at about a 12-year, 5 phases of development. Project that only 7.6 to 11 school-age children for every 100 units will reside in Arbor Village. This is based on NMHC condominium statistics. I'll go over what that organization is when I'm finished. Additional statistics show 14 students per 100 units. Both translate to a manageable number of students for Germantown school system to incorporate into their planning efforts. Based on our 12-year building timeline, and we use the high number of 14 per 100 units, that would equate to 7 school-age children per year, a total number of children in 12 years of 82. Enrollment management, this manageable projection of school-age children should help mitigate potential enrollment surges, allowing schools to maintain quality education. Resource allocation, the predictable growth, schools can better allot resources, staff, and facilities to meet the needs of the community. The NMHC is a National Multifamily Housing Council. Those stats are the ones that show the 7.6 to 11.1 school-age children. The 14 to 1 is the Montgomery Planning Department. Again, it was real important for us to find statistics, that matched with condominiums, not apartments and not single-family homes, which is not an easy statistic to find. The age group of 25 to 32 and the age group of 60 are also, even with some common sense, are not age groups that have a lot of children. By the time you're 25, 30, 32, have maybe 1, 2 children, you're looking for a yard. If there are people here in the real estate industry, this is something that we deal with every day. If someone is 25 and they buy a condo and they decide to have children, it's going to be 4 or 5 years at that point before they are looking for a school system. So between statistics and just the age groups that we're looking at, this number of school children does make sense. We did look at some other statistics. I did, and apartments are the largest. You're looking at 25 to 30 kids per 100 units. Apartments are more transit. People are going to come and go. Condos, you're looking at people more to stay. The condos are residential. You're going to see home ownership. All the buildings in our project are designed to be as condos, and that's what we're looking at. Jeff is going to take over, architect, with a few things on the next level. Yep, there, and explain the phases. Again, these are 5 phases over a period of time.
Hi there, Jeff Grenier, Brooklyn, Wisconsin. Hey, Jeff, can you show the overall plan? So this is a colored rendering of our build out in 12 to 14 years. What's that?
That's still the new one.
Yeah.
Oh, you want?
Yeah, this is the final built out. I just want to give an overview. This is the final view after 12 to 14 years. This is what we're anticipating. A mixture of ranch, duplex, townhouses, all condos. The bigger buildings have elevator service for the elderly, for over 55. So go back to the first phase now. So we plan on doing, we took our best guess here, pulled out the crystal ball and figured out what, what we think we can absorb with the help of the realtors. And so our first phase here is 53 units. It includes a 3-unit that's going to be considered a show house, and then some pickleball courts, and then 12 duplexes. The duplexes can either be ranch, two-story townhouses. There's a 14-unit building that's considered townhouses that are 2 stories with underground parking, and the other ones are 6-unit buildings that can either be ranches or 2 stories, depending on what the need is. Everything is designed to be able to be switched between ranches and duplexes, or ranches and townhouses, depending on what we have buyers for. So that's going to take us out 1 to 2 years, which, average 25 units per year for 53 units. Next phase. The next phase is just a few more 4-unit ranches and duplexes, ranches and townhouses. And it adds up to an additional 28 units in the next 3 to 4 years. Next phase, phase 3. Phase 3 is starting of a bigger phase. We're proposing that there's a 60-unit, 55 and older potentially go up, which basically has views, luxury condominiums that will have views of the skyline downtown, which is that picture from that area. And to fill in, then we'll be building the bottom row, which are duplexes and 6 units. Of course, could either be ranches or townhouses, depending on the needs of our buyers. Of course, the pickleball courts went in the first phase over there by the intersection. So we're pretty certain on the first 3 phases here. The rest is a guess, depending on how things get absorbed. Phase 4 is our biggest phase. And like I said, we're guessing at this one. This one would consist of a few more 6 units along the bottom, a bunch of duplexes and 6 units on the lower part. This is about the time that we think that we're going to be finishing all the infrastructure for the trails and our third entrance now will go into effect on this one. Our first 3 phases have 2 entrances, and this one will have a 3rd entrance. There's a couple more 14-unit townhouses, and then a commercial building, a 16-unit commercial building up on Dunn Drive, and then a 42-unit, and then the addition of the basketball courts, the soccer field, and baseball diamond.
How many units in phase 4?
244.
How many in phase 3?
Phase 3 is 44.
Thank you.
Okay. So the last phase, which the last 2 phases are dependent on, sales and everything. There's 180 units in the last phase, which are some bigger 42-unit buildings, 3-story elevator access, underground parking. We have 60, 48, 42, 42, 42, and then depending on what happens with the village and the corner lot, if the Friendses get a chance to purchase the corner lot, then we would put some commercial out at the corner. So basically this phase would be over 5 years. So it's about 30 units a year. So, and that's pretty much the phasing. Like I said, it's our best guess. We don't know. It might go better, it might go worse, depending on, we have a numerous building plans that we have. I don't know if you have any of those on there, Jeff, do you?
Yeah. I've got
There's an overall view, rooftops with the trees, the bike path, the walking. We've worked out an engineer. We figure we have enough stormwater I mean, still have a traffic study to do if this thing goes ahead. Soccer fields, so.
I've got these oblique views as well.
Right.
You tell me if you want me to stop.
So this is a typical 6-unit. I've drawn these up for just about every town and city and Dane County and Sun Prairie and Greene County. And it's just a sample of what we can do. We have ranches and townhouses that are mixed. Everybody's got their own garage. Everybody's got a parking space outside the garage. This unit here was just put in, but most of the ones we have designed on here all have all have 2-car garages with 2 parking spaces outside. So every unit has 4 stalls with them. And they're stories, 2-story, 1-story. Proposing everything have basements in this area, so they'll also have additional space in the basements to finish up with window wells, or depending on if we can get exposure or not. So this is the typical 14 unit. It's got underground parking. Each unit has their own 2 parking stalls in the basement. Each unit is 2 stories. They're 2 bedrooms, 2 bedroom, 2 bath, or 3 bedroom, 2 bath. And every person can walk from the basement into their unit up to the 2nd floor without going outside. This is a typical 42 unit. This is a basic model. I mean, just to give the concepts, they all have balconies. They all have elevator service. Everybody has at least 1 underground parking stall plus additional stalls outside. And they're all accessible. They're all type B units. So, I mean, this is perfect for whatever, later 55 and older, or either startups. I mean, I've designed a bunch of these in Sun Prairie, Madison, Pittsburgh, and we get, young couples buying them before they have kids, and then we get older people buying them after they had kids. So, and there's usually we have a plan like this, we might have like 5 or 6 different unit sizes, so people can choose and pick what they want and what they don't need.
What's the typical height of a 42 unit?
Typical height is they're 9-foot floor to floor with 18-inch trusses, so they're about 45 feet to the roof, top of the roof.
Yeah. From the chest, they will be from below. Something high.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't done a complete grading plan, but the way it looks, we're going to be below the street level, depending on how the grades work out.
Okay. Is there another graphic you'd like me to?
Nope, I think that's it for.
Just to quickly go over what Jeff did, we were showing you the larger buildings because we kind of assumed everyone knows what a 4-unit and a 2-unit looks like. Even though the 2 units and the 4s are going to be the bulk of our units built. 42s, I think there's only 3 buildings, and the 60 was 1 or 2 units. So even though we showed pictures, which was important to do, that the 2s and the 4s are going to be the highlight of the community. So in conclusion, we just want to go over a few quick points. A longtime family-owned property wanting to develop to fit the needs of their community. Best uses for the property is a buffer from residential to industrial. Financial benefits to the community when finished, $3 million a year in taxes and $600,000 in water and sewer. It's a 10 to 14-year development with 5 phases. Slow growth is the best for both parties. Median density with owner-occupied condominiums. Germantown's growth has an average population of 87 people per year for the past 12 years. Arbor Village will increase the population of Germantown about 85 people per year based on 1.75 people per unit. I found this visit kind of interesting because when we look at something like this, we go, my gosh, this is overwhelming. How many people are we going to get? Well, if Germantown's population has only increased 87 per year, and we're looking at an average of 85 people per year, this isn't a swarm of hundreds or thousands of people coming into the community. And again, slow growth is beneficial for all parties involved in this, and that is what helping this. School-age children increase an average of 7 per year over 12 years. Again, slow growth. They can manage it. The school system can take a look at that and see it. It's not an overwhelming amount of children per year. Benefits to the community include the bike trails, pickleball courts, should be built right away, commercial spaces to benefit local residents, and the potential EV charging stations. Fulfilling a need for housing now and for the future for the age groups 25 to 35 and 60 and older. Thank you very much for your time.
Could you stay there for a second?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Retzlaff.
Before we go to public hearing, I have just a couple of questions for
Yes.
Bob. One, in the early part of your presentation, you called it a condominium development.
Mhm.
So does that mean that there are no rental units
Correct.
intended?
At this point, we are looking at everything being built being condominiums.
So for sale ownership?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Second question, in your discussion about,
The only thing that really has not been clarified is what we're going to do with the spaces above the commercial.
Okay.
That may be rental, which makes most sense. It's kind of hard to have condominiums over commercial. We don't know if those commercial buildings are going to look like that. We don't know if someone's going to want to come in and have an idea for something. So honestly, that's probably the only area that we really truly can't, state that, yes, there's going to be condominiums here.
okay. My second question, in discussing the school age children issue, you seem to imply that the range of housing, the type of housing that you're proposing hits a range of generating school age children that's lower than single family or multifamily apartments. Is that correct?
Definitely lower than apartments. There's no question there with all the statistics I found. Actually, in some of the residential, I found a statistic that said with incomes of over, I think I was 100,000, that residentials, we're looking at a very, very small portion of children per residential homes. But there, in let's say your standard neighborhood subdivisions, they'll have more kids than we will, because that's why people are buying those homes, is to have a backyard for the children.
Okay, so if this were, because I think what we're going to hear tonight is some people suggesting this should be single family versus a condominium or a multifamily type development. And I'm just wanting to clarify, you're suggesting that if it were single family, there'd be more school age children generated from this overall than what you're proposing.
That is correct. Also, I just, you're familiar with Germantown. You've driven by this probably 100 times. This is, in my opinion, not a location for single family homes. You do have some railroad tracks, you have some boundaries, you have, highway, Fond du Lac Avenue. It's just, it is close to some commercial, not commercial, industrial. So this is not the most appealing for $500,000, $700,000 residential home. And we're just being honest. It fits what we've designed, and it works with what the community, in our opinion, needs. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Anything to add?
Not at this point. No, we could go to public hearing.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
We'll hereby open this public hearing by stating a notice is hereby given that a public hearing will be held before the Village of Germantown Plan Commission at the Germantown Village Hall located on Mequon Road in Germantown, and virtually through WebEx platform on Monday, October 14th at 6:30 PM or later. The purpose of said hearing is to hear any and all parties, their attorneys or agents for or against, number one, to create a planned development district, zoning district for the 65.2 acre property described below with an underlying RM3 multifamily residential zoning district, and number two, rezone the property described below from the M1 limited industrial zoning district to the newly created PDD zoning district for the purpose of developing a mixed-use residential and commercial area comprised of approximately 570 residential dwelling units and 20,000 square feet of commercial building area. The applicant is Everett Friends, President, AVN Group 109 LLC, and agent for the Anton Friends Trust, Bertram A. Friends Trust, FMC Group LLC, and SA Technologies LLC, which are the property owners. And the property, which is 65.2 acres, is located east of Fond du Lac Avenue and north of Donjas Bay Road. Before I open up the public hearing to people within our audience, I did receive several comments via email that I'd like to read for the record in regards to this public hearing. And the first one that I received is, thank you for the notice of public hearing concerning this matter. I would like to provide you with my comments concerning this project and my reasons for wanting this application denied. Based on the proposed number of units, my husband and I moved into our home a year ago and purchased it for the quiet, somewhat secluded area off of Gatewood Place. While we are not opposed to future development, the number of units being proposed for this project is way too high. Germantown has approximately 7,818 units over 34 square acres. This proposal would put almost 570 units in a 1/10 of an acre. While I know you are trying to preserve nature and farmland, this is way too dense of an area for so many housing units. This will also drastically increase the traffic on Highway 45 in Donjas Bay on a daily basis. I would recommend having multiple smaller developments of less than 100 units in multiple locations throughout the village. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Diane Kingery. Next one states, greetings. We are opposed to the request for rezoning the 65.2 acre property located east of Fond du Lac Avenue and north of Donjas Bay Road. My husband John and myself own the property off Fond du Lac Avenue. We moved here 9 years ago. Directly across the road was a nice wooded area in which added to the country appeal, which drew us to the property we purchased. Shortly after moving in, I returned home one day from work and the woods were completely gone and replaced by sports specialists of Milwaukee. In my observation, previous zoning changes have not gone as planned and can be detrimental to our neighborhood. An example would be the development on the corner of Donjas Bay and Fond du Lac Avenue, which is an eyesore. The coffee house is forced to exist next to a heap of construction debris due to a lack of progress on the restaurant build that was approved. Honestly, if the four-family multi-housing on 90-foot lot is delayed indefinitely, I would be perfectly fine with that decision. At the very least, the two dilapidated buildings need to be demolished. I am concerned about adding more traffic to the area of Donjas Bay and Fond du Lac Avenue itself. The noise level from trucks, engine braking, along with the extra garbage flying off the garbage trucks cruising by, and the volume of cars in general is a challenge to those of us living on Fond du Lac Avenue. Traffic noise has worsened. Adding an additional 750 cars, if every apartment in the proposal had only one car, and additional industry traffic would increase the volume to exceed what that area can handle as a two-lane road. Please take into careful consideration the concerns of those who live in the area directly affected by this zoning change. Concerned residents, John and Katie Figi. Next one reads, Community Development Department, my family is against the rezoning application and proposal to create a residential PDD zoning district for the proposed mixed-use development, which will be held before the Village Plan Commission on October 14th. We are against this rezoning for the following reasons. Number one, extra traffic and congestion on Fond du Lac Avenue and Country Air. Number two, reduction in our property values. Number three, increased safety concerns for my family and community. Number four, reduction in wildlife in the area. Number five, increase in citizens who do not have a vested interest in Germantown because they are not purchasing a single-family home and may see this as a temporary residence. And number six, the population density of that area, Germantown, would not be proportionate to the rest of Germantown, especially the immediate surrounding area. Thank you for passing this comment on to the Plan Commissioner, village staff, and others as needed. Todd Plichka, and he's located on White Pine Court in Germantown. The next one I have reads, in regards to item B on tonight's agenda, I'd like to say that I am not in agreement with the Everett Friends development because there was no traffic study done. The residents in this area have told me that they want a development to resemble the subdivisions more closely that are around this area. Single-family side-by-side condos and not big multifamily that are 3 stories. Traffic study first and foremost, not 570 units, which is too many, and that comes from Jan Miller. Next one I have is to whom it may concern regarding the plan development by Everett Friends. Several residents had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Friends this summer to discuss his dream of developing this area of Germantown. Nice piece of property, but the wrong location for what he is proposing and who he is proposing to pay for the necessary infrastructure improvement costs. Although the development is down to 570 units, this is still far too many units for this location considering the existing infrastructure. There is no substantive thought for future costs down Country Air. Furthermore, any commercial stores, restaurants may be pie in the sky wishes for an area that has very little foot traffic other than what may be proposed. The proposed points of egress are not well thought out. The northernmost point of egress is at the crest of the hill, making this dangerous for vehicles traveling south. I know this because I live here. 570 units equal the potential for 1,140 vehicles and who knows how many residents for schools. Simply put, too many units for this location that is so problematic now and in the future, it should not be considered. This property is better suited for a development similar to what that is of Renwood South condos, to which Mr. Friends objects to. In his own words, this would make the development not cost effective. Mr. Friends has regaled us with how this was his family's farm and he knows to do well by the community and would carve out his own little section to live there. But from my observations, this plan of idyllic living and harmony are just buzzwords and smokescreen for what he'd really like to accomplish. Far be it from me to tell someone what they can do or can't do with their property, but far be it from what I can tell and from what I have heard, many people who live is really the only one who wants this and who is proposing it is Mr. Friends. His development contractor and his agent, nobody else wants this. Please listen to the residents, listen to the neighbors, and have Mr. Friends come to the table with a common sense plan that is good for everyone and not just himself. Sincerely and respectfully, Kevin and Donna Nash, who live on Country Air Drive. Those are those that I got through comments. So if there is anyone within our audience that would like to come forward for the public hearing, you're welcome to do so at this time. All I would ask is you turn a yellow slip into the dais and then please state your name and your address for the record so that those watching and those in the audience know whom you are. Thank you.
I live near there and I go down there all the time, and the design of the buildings are not very aesthetically attractive. I wouldn't buy something that looks like that. When I spend that kind of money, I want to be in a nice place and have it look good. Also, the traffic there is ridiculous. I go there to my storage all the time. I've been almost rammed by trucks and cars on the circular, and it is too much for Germantown. I don't think that's the right place for it, and I can see something more warm and smaller and fitting to the village. And not only that, but in the last 10 years, the Germantown population has declined 0.49%. So you're planning a project too big for the area. So I like to see something much more attractive designed for this area.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the planned development district or any of the rezoning that is proposed for this area?
Hello, Brad Piet. I'm with the Wisconsin and Southern Railroad. We oppose the rezoning of this property. I think we always like to say keep the industry around the railroad tracks, and that's what's currently, I believe, planned for this property. It is a good property for some sort of industrial development in the future, being largely flat and next to the rail corridor. What we see a lot of times, unfortunately, is someone buys property next to the tracks, gets it rezoned, and then has residential go in, and then people complain about the train horn all the time. So it happens over and over again. So we always try to vote against that, advocate against it. So I love development. So if it wasn't right next to the track, I'd probably be for it. But so that's really it. So thank you for the time.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward to speak for or against the planned development district or any of the change in zoning for this area of the village? Thank you.
Doug Lohman, W180 and 9881 Rivers Bend Circle West. Just a couple of comments on what I heard on the presentation was, and that is there was no mention if the condominium association that's going to be developed out of this will prohibit investors from buying units and therefore renting them out. So they would be rented out by proxy. Second thing I heard was a public pickleball court. I don't know if I heard that right or wrong. But if it is truly a public pickleball court, I think there needs to be a definition on what the village's responsibility needs to be on that. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Anyone else wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the planned development district or any of the changing in zoning in this area? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Patrick Braun, West 142, North 10634 Magnolia Drive. I live right across Fond du Lac from where this is being proposed. Bunch of neighbors, as soon as we got the notification about the listing, we were pretty upset about almost 600 units going in. I see now that they're looking at condominiums, which makes it, I guess, a little more palatable. But I still need to question why he didn't show a plan for any single family homes. I know he stated that it wasn't appealing, which I don't understand why it was appealing for us when we bought there 15 years ago. And all of our neighbors are there, and a quarter-mile difference, and suddenly it's not appealing. I understand it's a little bit closer to the industrial park, but we deal with the horn from the railroad guy. It's no big deal. So I think they should come back with a single family home resolution, just trying to see exactly what that would look like. Investing in the community, we all know that I've been here for 25 years now, in the fire department for 15, just retired off of that. What he's talking about with the millennials, by the time this gets done, those millennials are going to be in their 50s. So their families are already going to be gone. So my wife is a millennial, I'm an Xer. He's talking about slow growth. I agree with that 100%. Slow growth, but 15 years to complete a project. Let's be real about that. The single family stuff that we're building now north of Mequon Road off of Country Air, that's being completed relatively quickly. And I've had neighbors who have actually sold their houses by me and built houses over there. So shifting within the village is done all the time. So then that opens up a cheaper family home for someone who can move in. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Anyone else wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the planned development district zoning or any of the other changes in zoning for this area? Anyone else wishing to come forward to speak for or against?
My name is Sandy Dobrogowski. I live at North 105, West 14709 Wilson Drive. Is it possible to pull up the picture for phase 1? I questioned where the second entrance exit for that phase was. I didn't see it. Okay. I see this one here.
Oh, you're right.
Keep going. It's off of Country Air.
So that's right near the turnaround?
No, the turnaround's on the other side. Is on the left side. Roundabout. That's north on the country where it splits from
That's where we have
145
that
to Country Air.
that split. So I would question the safety of it, of that placement, number one. Number two, I don't know if it's, do we consider at this point the effect that this will have on our police and fire department for additional services and taxes needing to be raised, et cetera, for them to support the additional facility or the additional houses here? just a point I wanted to make. I don't know if that's discussed or considered at this point. And number
It hasn't been discussed at this point.
okay, thank you. And number three, if there's consideration for a basketball court, I would reconsider that. Basketball court was placed in Kinderberg Park. And for the most part, the people that play on that basketball court, they're not Germantown folks, and they usually play early Sunday mornings with loud music. And that's on a corridor that I, would consider. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the Planned Development District zoning or any of the other changes proposed in zoning for this area?
Good evening, Tom Barney, N105 W16775 Old Farm Road, Germantown. I am a school board member, but I am not here on behalf of the school board tonight. I'm just speaking my own thoughts. I think the student projections are somewhat flawed because it assumes that only 21 through 35 and 60 years or older are going to buy those properties. If they happen to have an average age of people that are 25 to 40 buying, that will substantially increase the number of students because those are family age years with, growing families. And the other assumption was that other ages aren't going to want these properties. Well, if you have people that want to be in the Germantown School District, and I think there's a lot of people that want to be because we always get more open enrollment requests than we fill, that shows that there's demand to be in this district. People may have no choice but to buy these properties in order to get a seat in one of our schools. If we happen to have large enrollment as a result of this development, there's a few things that would have to happen. You either force expansion on schools without funding to necessarily cover it. You have substantial movement of our attendance areas that says what area you live in versus what elementary school you attend. So it could mean shifting kids to different schools, or you could have ballooning class sizes above recommended levels. I don't think any of those are ideal for our current residents. So please consider that kind of impact as you vote on this proposed development and any other dwelling unit development within the village. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the Planned Development District or any other of the zoning changes happening within this property? Anyone else wishing to come forward to speak for or against? Thank you.
Melanie Smythe, N140W17938, Cedar Lane. Jackson has had tremendous growth in residential properties lately, partly because Germantown, in my opinion, has focused on industrial growth over residential. And I'm wondering if that has anything to do with how high the impact fees are on housing. I think this is one of the reasons why we don't have more population growth. The density on this property as proposed is high, and the design levels need some work and some variety. It would help if Germantown had actual design standards. I do think that that this is probably based on this developer, this is probably a 15-year project. So I think that's sort of realistic, which so I also hear from the village people, staff, and also trustees that there must be density for growth to attract business, which is one of the things that people want in the downtown. At a recent Economic Development Commission meeting, the Blackstone Creek Golf Course development was discussed, and approximately only 30 acres of that 150-acre golf course is able to be developed because of flooding. These are condos. I mean, that has a positive for it, so it would be home ownership. One thing that I am most upset about this project is that the village apparently has been slow walking this project and not working with this group over years. I think you should really sit down and tell them what you do and do not want. They have just been guessing at it from vague comments from this commission. And I think that if they sit down with the planning department and the planning department says, yes, this, no, that, but clear direction, it would be very helpful for everybody involved with this. The guy is allowed to develop his property. It is his property. However, the village has not been participating in helping him with that, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward at this time for, to put input into the public hearing in regards to the Plan Development District or any other zoning changes?
Thank you, Scott Heffley again, W159 N105 on 4 Old Farm Road, Germantown. Initially, when this was presented to this plan commission, I think it was 700 some units, and I didn't like the idea, and I think most commissioners didn't like the idea. And they were sent back to rework the plan, which they've done. More interesting, and probably Trustee Baum or President Walters can tell us about this. I heard that there's development of some this development on this property. There was a development plan for this back in 08, 09, that it was actually passed by this commission. That may be wrong, but there was some sort of development that was going to happen that was okay back then. Maybe you guys can let everybody know that, or that's what I heard anyways. Maybe it's not true, but that's what I heard. So Mr. Friends actually contacted some people in the community. I was one of them, other people too, and people on the school board, and explained what he's trying to do and why. Now that is something that we have not seen in this village with other developments. We just haven't seen that. We never are asked. He wanted input from people, what you thought. That's the first time I've been asked really I've lived here 31 years and no one's ever asked me really, what do you want to see here? So it made me change my thought process. Do I still have concerns about it? Yes, density is high, but it's lower than it was. You know, I don't think it's going to be done. I think 9 to 10, 11 years is very aggressive. You're going to have to really get out there and sell all these properties if you do it. And of course, what's mentioned earlier by Ms. Smythe is the design standards that we don't seem to have to follow to tell him what he wants to do. So again, this should be, if you're going to make this happen, it should be a coordinated effort. And by that, I mean, sit down and explain, okay, so there's some people in this village that might, or in this room that might know about Saxony Village. That was supposed to be one thing and ended up another thing. And that doesn't look good, okay? Because a lot of things that happen, we don't need to go into them here. We don't need that again. We need these to look nice. And if Mr. Friend says he's going to make them look nice, let's hold them to that and work with them. I'm cautiously optimistic about this plan. I think it could work, but there's more work to be done. And just showing me some drawings, I'm not an architect, just showing me drawings. You know, I like to see renderings or elevations, or when you go to buy a house, they said beautiful color pictures of this is what you can choose from and this is what you can do. That would be probably a better presentation for people here to really see what it might look like. Thank you.
Mr. Heffley, are you for or against the zoning change that's recommended for this property?
There's a question. I was supposed to make comments.
Right, but I'm asking if you're for or against it.
To do what? What is the action before this commission today?
Change the zoning for PDD and for all the other
I
zoning
think it's premature. I
recommendations.
think it's well, to change the zoning to allow them to do the thing, or I don't know what the plan commission does with these plans. So I don't know why you're asking me that. I was up here to make
Well, it's
comments.
part of the public comment, so I'm just trying to get your feel if you like this project and the change that the zoning would be
I
to
said I'm
accommodate,
cautiously
or if you were
optimistic
against
about,
it.
I said I'm cautiously optimistic about this project. I think that's good enough for a comment.
It would be yes, for?
I don't know if you're trying to paint me in a corner.
I'm not
got other
painting you in a
people that wanna
corner, I'm
talk.
just
I
keeping
mean,
score of
keeping
how many
score of
people are
what?
against it versus how many people are for it.
This is not a keeping score comment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming forward. Anyone else wishes to come forward at this time to speak for or against the zoning recommendation or any of the zoning changes recommended for this property? Anyone wishing to come forward? Yes, sir.
I'm George Liberator, North 101, West 16325 Santa Fe Drive. I'm against this project because I've heard absolutely nothing about infrastructure here. What's this going to mean to the village? We've got a 2-lane road going into this project? How is that going to handle all that traffic? You know, I see this plan, but nothing to let us know what that's going to cost us and how you're going to handle all of that infrastructure on fire, police, and simple roadways access. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward to speak for or against the planned development district or any of the zoning changes recommended for this property? Anyone else wishing to come forward to speak for or against? No one else? Anybody online? Not that you can see? But are they wishing to make comment?
Somebody raising their hand.
Okay, if there is no one else that wishes to come forward to speak for or against this public hearing is now closed. Director Etzloff, anything else to add?
Yeah, staff comments, the Victory Center corridor within which this property is located, as designated in the 2050 plan. It does again provide for this type of use, as an allowable use. It isn't necessarily the preferred use, but it is one of the, allowable uses in the district. The Victory Center corridor does, allow up to 10 units per acre for a multifamily type development. The maximum density allowed would be the 10 dwelling units per acre. This proposal is approximately 9 acres, density 9 acres, 9 dwelling units per acre, rather, I'm sorry. So it's generally consistent with the Victory Center corridor in that regard. The type of development, the mixed use characteristics, the shifting of density within the 65 acre property dictates that in addition to simply rezoning, that we do create a planned development district under our zoning code to accommodate the RM3 multifamily zoning district, as well as the B1 neighborhood business district that would apply. And I'd also point out that the proposal in terms of its target market for annual income for the for sale condominiums that they are proposing is consistent with the Village of Germantown's residential market analysis that was done in 2023 by the Tracy Cross Associates. As we've discussed then earlier this year, that analysis indicates a strong demand for residential development for homeowners that are in that can't afford that 275 to 450,000 type for sale ownership type unit. But with that said, in previous comments, staff does not support the rezoning proposal. As I detail in my staff report, there are 3 basic reasons. I believe that the 65 acre parcel is better suited for industrial and business related and some commercial land uses and not residential. I believe that the proposed maximum 575 dwelling units at the maximum density across the entire 65 acres is too much. As I detailed in the staff report, one of the visions that I had for this and the other corridors in the village is that the maximum density allowance wouldn't simply be applied to an entire 65 acre parcel. That density would be used to support, encourage infill type development and or development of challenged parcels, whether they have some brownfield characteristics, former development that would need to be redeveloped, and it might take an economic push like a higher density to get that development to actually take place in those parcels and or as part of infill development. You may recall that the 4 unit townhouse project proposed by Greg Nagel as part of the Kuberg planned development district, wherein the coffee shop is located and the renovated tavern is underway, slowly but surely underway. That parcel was just under an acre in size. And what we were told is that the higher density was what was needed to get that property to effectively redevelop along with the balance of the land south of the tavern. So an example of how applying and allowing the maximum density makes a lot more sense than simply allowing it to apply across a 65-acre greenfield. And finally, the residential development that's proposed with such a large mass, frankly, I think is better suited for the village center district, where we allow even a higher density, up to 25 dwelling units or even greater, if the type of development has the materials and architecture and character that is high quality and meets the other goals of the village as far as encouraging redevelopment and providing rooftops to the village center district to generate and support additional commercial development in that area. So again, with that said, staff is recommending that the rezoning be denied. And at this point, we're open for conversation and questions
Trustee Bone,
amongst the plan commission members.
I will make a motion to deny the request to rezone the 65.2 acres from M1 to a planned developmental district.
you make a motion in the negative?
That is the recommendation.
Okay.
So can I make it in the negative? Because that is your,
First of all, I'm not the Robert's Rules of Order expert, but I believe the recommended motion would be in the
positive.
affirmative.
Okay, then I will change that. I'll make a motion to approve the request to rezone the 65.2 acres from M1 to the planned development district as presented.
You just,
Wait,
motion,
Robert's rules require me to make the motion to approve it.
right,
I
and
have to
it,
do that first to then start talking about it. So now.
you can't make a motion in the negative. So you must make a motion in the positive, and then the committee will decide if they approve it or not. If we deny it, then you would not vote in favor of it. So those that do not vote in favor of it would not be in favor of it. Those that vote in favor of it to pass, we've already heard what the planner has said, and the planner has recommended that it be denied, but you cannot make a motion in the negative. So as it states on the agenda, it is for the approval and changing of the rezoning of this property to the Planned Development District and also to RM3 multifamily and B1 Neighborhood Business Plan Development District for purposes of developing this. So that's how the motion must be stated.
Okay, so
Discussion on the motion.
in a second,
The second was Mr. Tarantino or Mr. Shadid?
Mr. Tarantino.
Okay. Trustee Baum.
Okay, I have been very clear from the get-go, as opposed to comments that were made. I don't agree with this plan. I believe, in my viewpoint, the eastern 2/3 of the site should be industrial and expansion of the business park, where the western third becomes a buffer of residential development to tie back into the residential fabric across the street. I've been saying that from the first time this has come forward. So to say that I am not clear is questionable. The architecture is questionable to me. I would do a lot more to these buildings. The density is way too high, but if you do the 1/3, 2/3 that I'm suggesting, I think I can go with the 9 units per acre density on that 1/3. I would have to see how many access points get put out onto 145. I would keep all the industrial accessed off of, what's the southern road? Donjas Bay, and have only 1 point probably there. But I do agree with our friend from the railroad station that if I got a railroad, there's people that want access to a railroad, so that should stay some type of commercial development. Industrial development. What else can I say? This layout has been problematic from day one for me. I said, if you could give me a decent layout that meant something or inspired me somehow, but just plunking buildings one after the other, rows of apartment buildings doesn't do anything for me. So for a variety of reasons, I am opposing this.
Further discussion? Mr. Tarantino.
Echo a lot of what David said, but as far as the impacts that it would have on the village financially, what, I guess I'd be looking for the answer to what they would be looking for from the village. As far as.
None of that was part of the presentation.
Yep, no, make a decision.
Right, so with that not being known, you're saying it's hard for you to make a decision? Okay.
I still don't like the density, the way it's fixed up. I guess I do remember your comments about having more residential development on the western third. I agree with the railroad company, not the station. That, the primary purpose for the property should be industrial manufacturing.
Mr. Ewert. Make sure your microphone is on, sir.
There we go. Just commenting from the school standpoint, I do appreciate a study being included in the report out or the proposal. That's helpful. I'm not 100% sure how accurate it is, but having some numbers and some thought go into that is appreciative of on our end. The phased out approach to this would make it a little more manageable. I think the lack of understanding around the apartment or the above commercial buildings would change some of that direction. And that looks like that'd be done later in the development, which would impact student enrollment within the district. My main concerns come in the area of the two school districts that facilitate education in our south end, MacArthur and County Line. Those are our two highest population schools, with MacArthur would be facilitating this. The city center and potentially the Blackstone development are all encapsulated within that one elementary school. As we look for continued density proposals that would really impact our ability to function with that school, as it doesn't have room to expand. And I don't think there'd be a desire to expand up, considering it is a neighborhood school similar to County Line. County Line would have the ability to expand north to a that open property, that field behind the school that's owned up to the residential lot lines by the school district. However, the community does use that. Currently there's soccer fields. There's a lot of play that goes on there. That would be all things we'd have to take into consideration. Obviously, being here in this commission, being able to voice this, it's very helpful, I think, for us to communicate back and forth in that manner. I did look at some of the reasons for denial and the density side of it, and possibly those recommendations being made for some of the fill-in lots and areas. And I think this commission's seen some proposals for smaller lots in there. I think we can tolerate that as a district much more than a proposal this size. However, if we bundle enough of those lots together, we could essentially build out this just separated by parcel. So as you go forward and continue your discussions on that, I just appreciate if that's taken into consideration for us. Thank you.
Further discussion, Ms. Henk.
Well, it's always hard going last because everyone said a lot of the same points that I would like to make as well. I do appreciate the level of the presentation we were given tonight. I felt like it was very detailed and really walked through the why of why this development is before us. I did like that it had a lot of detail and thought towards the condominiums versus apartments, but I do think it is too dense for this neighborhood. It is also missing a key component that would be helpful for this commission to even consider it, and that is the traffic and the utilities and the impacts to our existing infrastructure, our police, our fire, just overall access. Looking at this site plan, it also doesn't have very good flow and just general civil engineering. So as the engineer of this group, make sure that you engage your civil engineer early in the process to make sure that this is a manageable development. I do think having 1 and 2 duplexes, or townhomes, or condominium developments is something that is needed for the area. So I do like that that was one of the approaches here. I don't like the multi-story, many unit complexes. It doesn't necessarily fit with this particular region. Having the industrial towards the rear of the lot would be much, much better. Having been the person who had to take those phone calls from the people complaining about the train horn, it happens. And the closer you are to those tracks, the more people are going to complain. I do live in one of the subdivisions very close to here. I hear the horn. It's not as loud. It's not as impactful, but being right adjacent to those train tracks would be a very large challenge. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Baum?
Give some background on this. I believe the development that was approved years ago was a sizable senior living complex from independent living all the way to assisted. Not sure if they went to hospice, but it was filled the entire site and it was senior living, the full conglomerate of it. What else were there questions about? So that was the past development. Single family solution. I just don't think that is right for this parcel, especially if you're looking to have the industrial to the west, single family to the east, as in single family homes. We already have enough concern and questioning about $700,000 homes next to a business park up in the northwest side of the village. So that would be problematic. The police and fire services, I believe those will be taken care of over time because this was slowly being developed. So those will grow over time with the additional tax revenue from this property. And what else was there that I wanted to comment on? The public access to various components of this, the basketball courts, the pickleball courts. I think you're going to struggle with people trying to use them without having permission. And I think it's going to be problematic for us. So we're just going to have more and more issues in this area. So I think that covered the questions that I heard from the residents.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would simply point out that if the Plan Commission feels there's more information that's necessary in order for them to make a recommendation, they can table action and specifically direct the staff and applicant as to what information is it that they want to be brought back for their consideration.
Okay. This was brought before for a consultation. At that time, did it have 650 units?
It was about 600, I believe. I think that was the full 10 unit per acre max was one of the earlier proposals, yes.
And at that time, it was stated, I think, in multiple ways that this was too dense of a development for this area, the infrastructure that surrounds it, the roads, the roundabout, just the way that that road ends up on Mequon Road, and what would be needed to control that traffic just wasn't enough right now. Being in that it's phased, it can catch up, I guess, over time. But many times it's been stated to the owners of this property that this type of development is not the right development. As Trustee Baum has said, he has recommended industrial many times here. I think he's somewhat splitting the baby by cutting it north to south. So that first third towards the railroad track would be more industrial. When you say industrial, are you looking for like light manufacturing, warehousing, smaller types of buildings?
Yeah, that's 2/3 on the east side along the railroad tracks. 1/3 is residential along Lake Avenue.
At the time that this was first brought forward, before I was even on the board, there was some concerns with sewer and water. There wasn't sewer and water up 145 as far as it is now. At the time that the roundabout was put in, sewer and water was brought probably to that first entrance on 145 and probably stops very close to where that entrance comes in. And that was part of future planning for when the roundabout was built. I would also be very curious to know what type of infrastructure support this development is looking for from the village, if any. And what that would entitle. We haven't heard anything about roads in regards to public versus private, garbage services, plowing, so on and so forth. So those are things that I need to still hear about in order to recommend anything to be done on this property. But I think some sort of home ownership is probably the best mix here. Everybody that comes forward to these types of public hearings always stresses the importance of home ownership in one way or another, whether it's single family or condominium. So the proposal of condominium I know is favorable, so it's positive for this development in that way, but not at this density. And it seems to have a very strong plan coming out of the gate, but then it starts to get a little fuzzy as we continue on down the road after phase 3, phase 4. It's always dependent on how it's selling, dependent on how it's operating. We have worked through these types of developments before, where the development from across the high school was at first condominium based, and over the years that it worked out, it changed probably 3 or 4 times to what it is today, where half of it is condominium and half of it is single family, smaller lots. So perhaps that could be a transition here, but it would also have to be part of the plan. Being that it's proposed as a PDD, I don't think public pickleball courts and basketball courts are enough of a trade-off. Again, there's a lot of questions on who can use it when. I'd be looking for something more along the frontage that could be shared on that corner, or supplement or somehow highlight the businesses that are directly across or on an angle across the coffee house, the proposed restaurant, something like that that would complement that and bring, people into the area to support it. But as this is proposed today, I do not support it. Further discussion? No further discussion? So everybody understands the motion. It's in a positive manner. If you vote in favor of, you're approving the changes to the proposed development in regards to a PDD and also the zoning that's recommended. If you don't feel that this is the right action at this time, I think we still owe the planner and the developer some input as to what else we'd like to see here. I know you've taken some notes. Are you looking for any additional information to help open discussion and continue discussion with the developers and property owners?
Well, at this point, whether you want to take a straw poll or just take a vote, it might be best to cut to the chase. And if the vote is to a straw poll to approve, with more information, then let's get that out there and make a list.
Commissioners, any recommendations? And also table.
It's obvious I'm not going to support this. So if we want to do a straw poll to see who would support it, so that Jeff can ask questions and we can give feedback to what would be positive. But I don't think, when I read the board, I don't think there's a positive.
I would agree with that. I guess I'm not closing the door, though, to hearing another proposal, but it has to be radically different than what I'm seeing here. I don't want to, we've really basically seen, look at it from my standpoint, I guess. This isn't much different than the first proposal I saw several months ago. We've moved things around. The one huge density building is gone, but it still looks basically the same.
Right, there were 100-unit buildings proposed at that time.
It was, but it was not greatly different as far as the layout.
It's not much less in density.
I guess for me, I want to see something radically different. I want to see something on the order of what trustee Baum brought up about some mixed development between industrial and residential, with residential along Fond du Lac Avenue.
Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Motion fails. Any other questions? No questions?
At this point, this recommendation will go on to the village board.
At which meeting? The next meeting?
I don't know exactly when.
Okay.
I
But it will be
believe-
going
believe
on to the board
next
because
meeting-
it goes as an, without a recommendation.
The recommendation is to
Deny.
deny.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Appropriate to say we deny it in this form.
yeah, I think I understood that.
Okay.
And if there was something else brought back that combined industrial or business and some residential, that might be more appealing to one or more of the plan commission members. But that's not what's being requested this evening or as part of the application.
Okay. That should take care of, new business item B. Next item on new business is item C, Village of Germantown Community Development Department proposed text amendments on chapter 17.41 accessory use buildings and structures, 17.43 site plan approval requirements, section 17.45 traffic parking, loading and access, and 17.46 signs of the Village of Germantown Municipal Code. At this time, staff is requesting that we table this new business item to the public and the public hearing to November 11th, 2024.
I'll make a motion to table this item until November 11th.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. This item is tabled until November 11th, 2024. Next item on the agenda is basically what we're asking is that this gets delayed right now. Staff isn't ready to present this, so they're asking this new business item to be delayed and tabled until the next Plan Commission meeting in November.
We're not talking about this tonight.
Right.
Which item?
Which item? We're on C.
Says it right on here, staff request to table.
That's item C.
That's item
Next
C,
item.
yes.
Next item, D is next. Next item is item D, One Energy Development LLC, agent for Wayne Latinsky, property owner, certified survey map to combine parcels and site plan review for a 30-acre solar energy facility located at approximately at North 132, West 18100 Rockfield Road. On tonight's agenda for action, to give us more information and background on this new business item, we'll turn the meeting over to our associate planner, Jordan Yankee.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Chairperson. As you mentioned, we are hearing the case that's on the screen right now. It's a certified survey map and site plan review application. Short summary here, One Energy Development LLC, agent for the property owner, seeking approval for a certified survey map and a site development plan for an approximate 30-acre solar farm or solar energy facility. The site is zoned A1 and it's located within the Rural Preservation District. The map on screen shows the 4 parcels that's being proposed to be combined that would make up the overall 54-acre site. As you'll see in the site plan, or if you looked in the packet, the solar array structures would be within approximately a 30-acre enclosed area, more centered on that overall rectangular area that you'll see on the site plan. So as I mentioned, 54-acre total property area. The actual solar array structures would comprise about a 30-acre part of the parcel, overall parcel. This is a solar energy conversion system facility by definition or use within our code. And the facility has a capacity of 6 megawatts or a capability of serving about 1,400 average Wisconsin households.
And the proposal does have the remaining property area to be farmed or continue to be farmed by the property owner, who would remain the property owner for the overall 54-acre site. As you saw in the packet, probably the modules and associated collection equipment delivers power to the electric grid, serving local We Energy customers. There is a enclosure type fence, 8 feet tall, agricultural style fence that you'll see in a minute that's proposed around the solar module area. And there is a shared access road off of Rockfield Road that would provide an entrance to the property. CSM proposal, pretty simplified. There's 4 parcels right now. There would be no change in the overall acreage or the current extent of those 4 parcels. It's basically a lot combination to create a 54-acre parcel for development purposes such as setbacks, etc. Site improvements, clearly solar panels, inverters, transformers. The access drive 16 feet in width, the perimeter fencing. There is vegetative screening proposed. Most of the nearby homes, roughly 400 to 500 feet away, I believe, from where the solar panel array structures would be located, are to the south. And so there is a vegetative screening buffer proposed along the perimeter fence area that would help screen those homes from the vision, I guess, of the solar panels. Some more statistics on the screen that were included in the packet as well. Here's the proposed site plan, clearly 54-acre parcel, so it's pretty big. I have a little bit zoomed in one later if needed, but the access road comes from the bottom. There's a small, about 60-foot sliver of parcel where the shared access would come off of Rockfield Road, and the access road would continue north until you see that enclosed area. All the black lines up and down are essentially the enclosed 30-acre portion with the fence rectangular around that entire area. The northern area above, there is a navigable waterway, and the solar structures are providing adequate setback from there. And then most of the other property adjacent to the northwest, north, and east are all essentially vacant or agricultural land or forest. Here's the landscape screening plan that was in the packet. The arrow points to the vegetative screen that would be east to west, helping shield those solar panels that are roughly 8 feet on average in height above grade. Some solar detail example images. And so staff comments on this solar energy conversion system. It is a permitted use within the A1 district, and proposed institutional uses are supported by the 2050 plan in the Rural Preservation District. And for that matter, the proposed project does comply with A1 district standards in terms of setbacks and building height. Actually, even those either solar structures, building height's 45 feet, so 8 feet on average is well below the standard in the applicable zoning district. I believe there was a comment earlier on a different case that probably referenced the state statutes on this that relatively limit municipal authority. I won't go through each one. They were included in the packet, but there are 2 state statutes that generally apply to regulating solar facilities from a local level, and local levels are rather restricted in terms of placing standards on it unless they comply with the following conditions on the slide or what was specified in the packet. Couple memos included. There was a memo from the village surveyor regarding comments, corrections on the CSM, and then also one from the village engineer. And then we are recommending final acceptance of the landscape screening be accepted by the village forester. So with that, both the recommended, the CSM and the site plan are recommended to be approved by staff. And there are a certain amount of conditions in the packet, which we can get into. Before I open it up, I should mention the applicant did provide their presentation on this too, and they do request to present a short presentation. So however you guys want to do it, get into questions or let them come up first.
Let's let them come up first.
Forget that if it was, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Put this like that.
Maybe we don't need this thing. I don't know. It will help. Yeah. It's hard to see.
Commission members can see it. You can put it in front of the podium if you like. The plan commission members need to see that.
Thanks, Seamus. Thank you for allowing us to present this evening. I'm joined by my colleague Seamus. Sorry, I'm a little disoriented. I'm not sure where to look. I'm joined by my colleague Seamus Fitzgerald today. We represent One Energy Renewables. I guess I'll look over there. Okay. So a little bit more about us. Seamus is from Washington County. I grew up in Nozaki County. We represent One Energy. One Energy, we're based in the Madison office of One Energy Renewables. The company's headquarters is in Seattle. There's about 35 people who work in Madison, the rest of which are in a couple different offices or remote. So what we do is we develop renewable energy projects. Our specialty is kind of 2 megawatt to 10 megawatt projects. So right in this kind of range. We're a public benefit corporation. That means we have a triple bottom line of people, planet, and profit. This is just a map of our Midwest experience. As you can see, we've got projects that we've constructed in Minnesota, Iowa, Illinois, but the lion's share of the projects that we've constructed have been in Wisconsin. In 2023, we constructed 4 in We Energy's territory. And this would obviously be in We Energy's territory as well, as continuing on that path. So Seamus is going to speak to this slide. Folks often ask how we select a site for solar development.
Yeah, so Peter's going to share a bunch of different things about the infrastructure and the actual technical stuff. To cover those things briefly, there are 3 big components for a solar project. The site suitability, not every area is applicable for solar. It has to be relatively flat, free of wetlands, floodplains, acidity of soil, depth of bedrock, those types of things. Existing electrical infrastructure, the top right photo is a 3-phase electric line, which this project would plug into. Something that's really important to know is that this would meet the energy that is currently being delivered over that line on that road. It would not increase the overall power on that line. And then why I'm up here, just to speak for a moment, I met with the landowner at the land. I walked from the entire south side to the north. I saw the entire parcel, and it is the landowner's interest to pursue this activity. We've been working together for about 2 years now. I appreciate chatting with folks and going through all of their questions. And so if anyone has any specific questions to the landowner's interest to pursue this, I'm happy to speak to that. Thank you.
Thanks, Seamus. So components of the project. So we use in our solar developments bifacial panels, single axis trackers, and steel racking. So starting at the bottom, the steel racking is steel beams that are embedded directly into the ground. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Can I bring it with me? I'm just kidding. Oh, excellent.
Testing.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. So beginning at the ground, we use steel I-beams that are embedded directly into the ground. They go in about 10 feet and they stick out about 5 feet. On top of those are this torque tube. This runs north and south. It sits on top of the I-beams. And the torque tube pivots throughout the day. So it serves as the fulcrum. The single axis. The solar panels track the sun throughout the day. On top of the single axis, or on top of the torque tube, is the racking where the modules sit. So as you can see from this picture, the panels look the same on the back side as they do on the front side, as opposed to a solar panel like this, which is typical to what you would see on a residential project, although much smaller. Our projects and our solar panels that we use are bifacial. They have the same sunlight absorbing principals on the top as they do on the bottom. So what this allows us to do, set this here for now. Oh, it's not going to be, sorry about that. What this allows us to do is absorb sunlight even when it's snowy out. So anytime, you know, you've got a sunburn in, sorry, you've got a sunburn in the wintertime, you say you're working outside in the snow and you get a sunburn on your chin, you know that that solar albedo effect is what that's called, that reflection, you know that that can be powerful. So the combination of the single axis tracking the sun throughout the day, and the bifacial panels makes for a more efficient, more electrically productive project. Just to give you a sense of, does this have a laser pointer on it? It does. Oh, because it's a TV. Just to give you a sense of scale, the picture at the bottom right there, the man closest to us is probably about 6 feet tall. The panels during that time of day are probably about 6.5 feet at their highest. At their full tilt, 50 degrees facing east or 50 degrees facing west, the panels are about 8 feet on average. At their tallest extent, like in the picture on the left, their tallest extent, they're about 8 feet on average. And you can see on the left, there's a deer fence. And this is another example of that deer fence. So the fence that we use throughout the project is a deer style fence. So, you know, it's woven wire. It's similar to what you would see around an orchard. The gauge at the bottom is narrower than the gauge at the top. It's 3 inches by 6 inches at the bottom on the openings. And then at the top, it's 6 inches by 7 inches, so a little wider. Sometimes plan commissions, town boards, counties will request that we install the fence upside down to allow small, you know, furry critters to get in and out. So if you'd like us to do that, we can certainly do that. Other components of the project or any solar project of this size are inverters and transformers. So on the left there is the inverters. There's 24 of them throughout the project. They're centrally located but dispersed throughout the project. What they do is convert the direct current that solar panels produce to alternating current, which is what we use on the grid. Surrounded by aggregate, they're mounted on the steel I-beams, just like the panels are. And then the transformers are kind of similar to what you would see around a school or a department store. These step up the voltage so that it matches what's on the grid today. Those are installed on top of steel skids, and those skids are resting on top of steel I-beams that are also embedded in the ground. So there's no pavement on site whatsoever. 2 transformers. So because we don't pave our projects, we're able to have permanent vegetation, perennial vegetation. Our plan for this project would be to have native pollinator habitat planted throughout the project. This is year 2. This is a very productive year 2 of native pollinator habitat on a project. It usually takes 3 to 5 years to get native pollinator habitat, i.e. native prairie, established. But this was year 2 of a project that we had up in Minnesota. Show the audience. So other benefits of native pollinator habitat, they have really deep roots. It's a deep root system. These are perennial plantings. So you expect to see improved water infiltration, improved biodiversity, and the aesthetic is nice. It's nice to have native prairie throughout a project rather than, say, Kentucky bluegrass or clover. Jordan already went over this. These are some kind of high-level stats for the project. Obviously, it's in the village of Germantown. It's 6 megawatts in size, approximately 30 acres, a little under 30 acres of a larger 54-acre parcel once combined. It's enough electricity to power approximately 1,400 average Wisconsin households. It would connect to the existing three-phase distribution lines along Rockfield Road via underground medium voltage line from the location of the point of interconnection. I can. Rockfield Road. As mentioned, there's a vegetative screen, hardy evergreens, 25 feet on center. And then the landowner plans to continue to farm outside the project to the south, and then at the north end on the other side of the waterway. So we like working with schools. We like giving tours. Solar is one of the fastest growing jobs in the United States. Solar installer is. We've worked with Wisconsin contractors to physically construct the projects. Engineering procurement is all in-house. But we contract out the actual construction. We're on site regularly. But we work with companies like Pieper Power in New Berlin and Arch Electric up in Plymouth and Westfall and Madison. We've worked with all of those recently. And we support solar workforce development with Wisconsin partners like the Midwest Renewable Energy Association. Our contact information is here. Happy to answer questions. Thank you for the opportunity to tell you more about the project.
Commissioners, you have questions? Mr. Retzlaff.
Peter, could you tell us about the construction process? How long of a period of time? What sort of traffic can we expect? What kind of vehicles? How heavy? Are they going to beat up the road? That sort of thing.
Sure. I'm happy to speak to all those. Let me just, let me know if I miss anything. So construction typically takes 4 to 6 months. We typically shoot for commence construction in April, May, or June, and typically wrap up construction September, October, November timeframe. The construction process begins with civil, so laying down the access road. So you typically see truck traffic for a couple of days bringing in aggregate to lay down the road in the laydown area to receive shipments and have parking inside the site. Light grading. We design our projects to have minimal grading and to preserve the drainage paths that exist on site. We have what's called a 2-foot pile reveal window on most of our sites. And what that means is we order extra steel so that we don't have to do so much earthwork, so that we can tolerate some undulation in the land. Many solar companies do not do that. They come in and kind of grade. We pride ourselves on maintaining the land as close as possible to as it exists today. So, the civil work for maybe 4 weeks. And then
Heavy equipment, earth moving equipment,
right, yeah. So right, earth movers. So
like a lot or like one piece?
No, like a crew of maybe 4 or 5 guys. So that's the first 4 weeks essentially, and then we start receiving deliveries of piles, so steel I-beams. We're limited, we have a kind of natural limit in how many trucks we can receive in a day. So it's usually limited to 1 or 2, just because staffing is not, it's not 100 guys on site. So you'd see deliveries in the summer. We accepted we had a kind of a lull in deliveries at recent projects. The most one I'm thinking of is same size project. We received the last deliveries, which were the transformers, last week. So that comes on, just a semi truck with transformers on the back. Yeah, the solar modules themselves come in semis, similar to like a grain truck. yeah, that's, the height of construction is really in the summertime, probably, depending on when we start, you know, June, July, August. That,
Okay, I'll cut right to the chase. Although the land is in the village of Germantown, the road, Rockfield Road, that serves is under the jurisdictional authority of the town.
yeah,
And there's concern that the road might get beat up, for lack of a better phrase.
sure.
And I guess we're wondering, do you have any problem with there being a road bond requirement?
Yeah, no problem with that at all.
That any damage would be restored by you before you leave?
Yeah, that's completely reasonable and understandable. Anecdotally, this project that I was mentioning before, I received questions earlier today from Jordan, and I think that was one of the questions. So I was thinking about this a little bit. You know, anecdotally on that project that I just mentioned, we also have a road agreement with the town there, and so we've been paying particular attention to the road and documenting it throughout the project. So all summer long, I've been getting bi-weekly or so road updates. And I expected there to be potentially some damage. The road's not in good shape, but it's been completely fine. So for what it's worth, that's been our experience on a recent project. But I'm happy to have a road agreement to that effect. That's completely understandable that the
So-
town doesn't want to have to,
We
you
would
know,
need
pay
to
for
add
any
that
damage
to
that
the list of
we do.
conditions.
Yeah, just to clarify, that would have to be, just
There you go.
just to clarify, you'd have to add that in as a condition because we were sending over some comments and Peter did reply even today and I provided his answers to you. But it would be beneficial if, pending what the recommendation is, to add in a additional condition addressing a road use agreement and or bond between the town of Germantown and the applicant.
I sent over a draft of that road agreement, but I thought it would be with the village. I didn't realize that it was a town road of the town and wasn't sure which entity to put, so I put the village of Germantown.
Now, we do have, it's not on tonight's agenda for a public hearing, but we did send out courtesy notices to residents from the town of Germantown. Is there anyone here from the town of Germantown that has any questions? Sure, I'll take them.
I'm actually representing 3 different individuals, including the town board.
Thanks, Peter. We'll have you come up probably a little.
Why don't you put him on that microphone and then you can talk on that one. And if he has direct questions or if you're asking direct questions, then he can address them immediately. So if you'd like to take that microphone there and then you go to that one there, yes.
You want me to?
Yes, please. That way there's no a lot of up and down, back and forth.
All right. My name is Jennifer Guslick. I'm a resident of the town of Germantown. I'm also a supervisor on the town board. And I am actually here tonight representing 3 parties. So first off, myself as a resident. Second, Chad Dine, who is also a resident of the town of Germantown. He is also the zoning administrator for the town. He was unfortunately not able to be here this evening. The town of Germantown has our board meeting this evening at the same time. And unfortunately, we did not receive any prior notification about this project. And, you know, it's nice to hear that you spoke to the other town that you worked with, but unfortunately you didn't speak to the town of Germantown, which is unfortunate. We would have appreciated having information on the project. We do have a few questions. Mr. Dine has asked that I read his letter to the board. Is that something I can do?
Sure.
Okay. It says, to whom it may concern, as a town resident and town board member, I am disappointed that this town was not provided with more notice regarding the project, given our proximity to the site. All construction materials that will be needed to be transported to the site will need to be transferred over Rockfield Road, which is a town road, which I know you had commented on from the board's perspective. Thank you. The road is a small size. It's not intended to be transferring heavy equipment on a daily basis for a construction project of this magnitude. In addition, a number of town residents have brought their concerns to the town board regarding the development, and we had no information to provide to them. We actually heard about the project from a town resident that was very upset and had received word through the village in some manner. That's generally not the way that we would like to see things go, especially if we're responsible for maintaining Rockfield Road and paying for any damages. So that is something that was a major concern of Chad's and myself personally, and on behalf of our town board. We do have a few questions for both the Village of Germantown and One Energy. Starting with who's responsible for paying any damages to the road. You'd mentioned that there would be a road agreement. Is that something that we could see in advance before any of this would be approved or denied, to see if that's even something that works for the town? Because I guess our concern would be, if this is on the docket for tonight for approval, it would be being approved by the village without any consultation with the town on an agreement we've never seen. So I'm not sure who wants to handle that specific question,
We
but
don't have an agreement yet, but I think the intention at this point is that we would require one. And we can give further direction as to
The timing.
the timing and
Okay.
who should develop that. But presumably a village attorney would be involved along with the Public Works Director. And then they can reach out to whoever at the town
yeah, we'd
represents.
just like to read it first to see what we'd be.
Well, I think the thought would be,
required for.
Peter, is to have the town party to that agreement so that you're,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Mhm.
We're happy to have a road agreement and take responsibility for any damage caused
Yeah.
to the road by our project.
Yeah, I guess it would be nice to have some conversations with you on that prior to the project moving forward. Chad's second point is with regard to the noise and the traffic that would occur. It is a residential neighborhood, and I know you'd mentioned just a few moments ago that you'd be transporting most of the materials during the summer. While that does alleviate noise pollution to the school and its students, what about the residents? You are going down a residential road. What does that look like as far as truck traffic and noise?
Yep, so as I mentioned, the construction takes 4 to 6 months. These are questions that I was forwarded earlier, so I'm just going to read my responses.
Did
that
you
I-
receive the letter from Chad? Is that what you
Yep.
are saying? Okay, was
Yeah.
not aware of that.
So I
Okay,
can, if you'd like, I can read my responses or.
that would be great.
Sure, okay. So project construction takes 4 to 6 months, and the majority of our work takes place over 2 months in the summer when school is not in session. We have natural limits to how many deliveries we can accept because of the number of staff on site. So we can receive 1 or 2 trucks that are similar in size to a grain hauler delivering equipment per day. The greatest amount of traffic would be at the very beginning with dump trucks hauling aggregate in to build the access drive, similar to constructing the access to a home that's set back a ways from the road. Long-term, the project would have maybe 1 truck per month on the high side. So
What is the weight? Do you happen to know what the loaded weight would be of those trucks? We previously had to look at this with regard to a study for the state of Wisconsin for the roads. And we actually had to contact the bus company to find out what a fully loaded school bus would be for weight, along with, just having grade school kids on the bus. And it was cutting it close for the road. And the bus was a lot lighter than what I thought it would be. So I guess what is the weight loaded for your equipment then?
I think fully loaded trucks are 36 tons, I think.
Okay,
I think that's typical of semi trucks fully loaded.
okay. And we can just confirm, I don't have the record with me of what it was rated for, but I can certainly,
I think it's described in the road agreement as Class A truck weights or something like that. Can't
for
remember off the top.
Rockfield?
No, the type of truck, the weight.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. And I apologize to everybody. I've been coughing all through the meeting. I've been cutting a lot of weeds and have allergies, so I do apologize. The last 2 points that Chad had were specific to the type of panels and the refraction and reflection of light from those panels, and what times of day that those would be pivoting.
So we submitted with our permit application a glare analysis. So what my response was in this email was the glare analysis we submitted shows no glare. And the reason is because as solar panels track the sun, they're pointed at the sun. So there's any reflection is pointed at the sky. And so we did conduct this glare analysis. I believe we used 40 different points all along Rockfield Road, different residences to the north, to the south, to the east,
And it was
to the
based
west.
specifically on the absorption rating of those panels
Yes.
that you're using. Okay, I understand.
It's designed, Sandia Labs designed the measurement tool. And there's a third-party service called Forge Solar that you submit the information to, and it produces a report using that that tool. And it's really designed for pilots and motorists and FAA.
Okay. Chad's final point, actually, I'll jump onto this one myself. For the town, you know, for myself personally, and for Chad, and also the board had asked this question. So this is from all three of us. With regard to the 30-year lease, we believe our understanding was there's a contract for a 30-year lease that is with the property owner, if that's correct. And we're wondering, what is the remediation plan after that 30-year contract is over? And what if One Energy is no longer in business or decides not to extend the lease of the property? Is it then the residents' responsibility to dispose of equipment, or what happens to that?
Yeah, that's a great question as well. So as part of our permit application, we submit a decommissioning plan.
Okay.
So the project is required to be decommissioned at the end of its useful life or after any period of 12 months that it is not operational. So this is guaranteed in our lease as well as our permit application materials. The decommissioning plan details the process for removal, and these obligations are required of any future owner of the project if, for example, One Energy went out of business, or if the project was purchased by a utility company.
Okay.
So it goes like the decommissioning responsibility goes with the project.
Okay.
It's not merely I don't know. It's not merely like a handshake or anything.
Okay, I appreciate that. Just, I guess, moving off of Chad, comments or questions on behalf of myself and the town board specifically. We're looking for a bit more clarification on who the actual legal owner and operator of record are for the solar system.
Okay. So One Energy would construct the project.
So you would be the owner or operator?
We are correct. In Wisconsin state and state policy, a solar project like this or any electric generation, we can't sell it to anyone or sell the electricity to anyone other than the incumbent utility. That's just the way state law works. So there's one of two things can happen, and one of two things will happen in order for the project to get constructed. The first is the incumbent utility, i.e. We Energies, would have to purchase all the electricity from the project. Or two, the incumbent utility would have to purchase the project itself and then operate it. So
is there a agreement with We Energies at this point for them to purchase the project and operate it?
No.
Is there any third-party agreement currently in place for to make this into a community solar project?
No, we don't have community solar in Wisconsin.
Okay. I guess I'm wondering how this was approved thus far. We Energies, or I'm sorry, Wisconsin is actually one of 17 regulated electric states.
Exactly.
And per the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin, who regulates electric utilities, the state does not allow third-party owned and operated systems in Wisconsin, which it sounds like in this case that would be a third-party owned and operated system.
The
If it's
incumbent,
owned by we, or One Energy versus the property owner.
understood, yeah. The incumbent utility for this project to get constructed would need to buy either all of the electricity from the project or buy the asset itself.
So what is your, I mean, it sounds like you're just, I mean, am I misunderstanding? You're kind of hoping that We Energies buys it, but you haven't talked to them? Or am I
The project will not
misunderstanding?
get constructed if We Energies does not do one of those two things.
Okay.
And because of the way state statute works, state policy works.
Okay.
One of those two things will happen.
So I guess what is the order of approvals on that? Because you're obviously here tonight and, if the village, has a comment on it, I guess, I'm curious what that approval process is. If it has not gone to We Energies yet, I guess, is there a purpose to approving it at a village level or a town level?
So
if they can just say, no, sorry.
Can I elaborate?
I'm not trying to be a jerk.
It's okay.
I'm just questioning, okay, well, what's the process?
Yeah, we've constructed numerous of these in We Energies territory, so it is a bit of a it is a bit confusing. Once we cite a solar project, a potential solar project, we need to get it studied by the incumbent utility, wherever that location is. So it needs to be, if it's in We Energies territory, it gets studied by We Energies. If it's in MG&E territory, it gets studied by MG&E, WPS, XL,
So
Alliant.
that's what you're saying is they've done that, or
So
it will have?
I'm sorry, excuse me, let me
Okay.
just, that process takes an average of about 6 months for them to get us a distribution study. It tells us information like what system upgrades will be required if you want to interconnect a project of the size that you proposed. That information also comes with a price tag. And so many projects we study and it turns out it's not going to work. It's too expensive to interconnect. We need to do too many upgrades to the existing electrical infrastructure, the 3-phase lines or the substation nearby. It's really difficult to site a solar project in such a way that it doesn't trigger additional upgrades to the distribution system. So, but one of the things we've gotten good at is figuring out what size essentially we are relatively confident it will work. And then when we send it off for a study, we get a result that more often than not can work. So we are at that stage. We have gotten positive distribution study results.
You have, okay.
So we know what the cost will be to interconnect, and we know that the project economics will work.
Okay.
And for that reason, because the project is economically viable, we have a high degree of confidence that we will be able to transact on the asset.
And actually do the interconnection agreement, you're saying?
Correct. And so
Okay.
the stage we're in right now, in order to begin that process with the incumbent utility, we need to have all discretionary permits. So that means, in some cases, in this case, it's, site plan.
Oh, I
and
see.
CSM. Some places it's conditional use permit, some places it's special exception permit, but those discretionary permits that are at the discretion of a body like this, that's like, that comes before any commercial agreements get solidified.
So then when would the actual owner operator be reviewed as part of that? Because I guess in general, I haven't really seen We Energies, once they've done a distribution study, it's not typical of them to pre-approve something that, yes, they are going to purchase it.
Right.
Unless they were part of the planning process. And then generally it's been falling under a third or a 3-party agreement, and looking at, something more in the line of a community solar project. But at the end of the day, the Public Service Commission ruling was overturned in April of 2024, in which they granted a private property owner the ability, I believe it was in Stevens Point, the ability to have a solar system on their property. It was very similar to this situation, and they were approved for that by the Public Service Commission. But it was overturned in, I believe it was April. And that is currently in the energy bill that's proposed, but it definitely would not be approved this cycle or even possibly next cycle. So I'm kind of curious then what happens with that third party owned and operating status when it's not allowed in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
You
it's
build
n-
it and they will come. I guess I'm not quite
No,
clear.
it is not similar to that because it's not a community solar project.
Either was the Stevens Point. It was a private owner with
Right. Yeah,
a
they were
30-year
trying to
lease.
do third-party ownership, but they are not allowed to do that, which is
Well, how is this different though? Isn't it a private
because
owner?
We Energies would be the first party rather than having a third party. There's a lease.
I don't think I'm
Right,
following
we're
that.
leasing the land from the landowner.
But One Energy is leasing the land.
Correct. The solar project is leasing the
Okay.
land.
So where does We Energies come in? I apologize.
If we are able to get our discretionary approvals,
Mhm.
we would begin a commercial conversation. And at that point, upon energization, if all goes well, upon energization, they would take ownership of the project. We
Okay,
do not
so this
have-
was something that was already planned from the get-go, it sounds like what you're saying.
We do not have an agreement with them. But because of the way, it sounds.
That sounds
kinda
a bit
nice.
like semantics, but okay.
Okay, but it's because of the way state and federal policy works with regard to what utilities have to absorb
Mhm.
in terms of electrical generation. Same way that you can put you can put solar on your home.
But I
and-
have to
and
own
you
it.
can't get right. You can't get denied
But I have to own it.
interconnection. Right.
Correct, but I have to own it.
Right.
So I guess any additional information from the board? I mean, we've covered our questions. I guess the main concern from the town of Germantown is that we weren't party to the conversation and not able then to provide information to our residents. So there's, maybe a handful of us here tonight, and that's just, people that could find out within 2 hours of the meeting, more or less.
Jeff?
I was going to point out that, for one, we sent out a courtesy notice to property owners within 1,000 feet of the property, which is a
Doesn't include
typical.
a single member of the board.
Just for the record too, I did make sure to email that to the town clerk, Kristen Dean, who confirmed receipt roughly 2 weeks ago.
We got something from Kristen, from the town clerk. What did you send her? I'm sorry.
The courtesy notice.
Sent out a courtesy notice.
Okay.
Explaining what was being proposed and who to reach out at the village to
Okay.
find out more information.
She gave
about the
information on tonight's meeting, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, I can follow up with Kristen. Thank you.
The second point I was going to make is Peter, I don't believe our current recommendation is, or it contains a condition to this effect, but are you okay with an approval? If that's what the planning commission does, subject to We Energies either buying the project or entering into an agreement to buy the power generated from the project?
It's state policy. That's not, I don't think you can.
Well, it's state policy that the approval has to be there.
Excuse me.
Right?
So you're saying you would not be okay with that kind of a condition? Because I'm trying to be, I guess, a little redundant in the sense that at least giving us a sense of comfort that if We Energies agrees to not either buy the project or buy the energy, then the approval,
We would not be able to construct.
that you wouldn't go through with it
We
and our
simply
approval would become invalid.
We would not be able to construct the project if we didn't have a commercial pathway such as that.
I get it.
Yeah.
What I'm suggesting is just simply a redundant condition that reflects the reality of what you're going through. And you,
I suppose if that's important to this body, then sure.
okay.
That's part of this, right?
And the other thing I was going to ask, because it piggybacks on what was said by the town representative, as far as the decommissioning plan, is there a financial surety that you post to ensure that the posts can get pulled out of the ground, or there's a pot of money that can be accessed if for some reason you or We Energies or whoever acquires this can't decommission it properly and remove all the equipment?
Yes.
Peter, do you mind just reading your response to that?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. So that's condition 9 is in regards to financial security. And so we have a condition that we've supplied to towns in the past. Within 180 days of the project being placed in service, project owner shall provide financial assurance in the form of a letter of credit, performance bond, or other means acceptable to the municipality in the amount of the decommissioning costs, unless the owner is a public utility regulated by the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin. And the reason it's worded this way is because we have a construction loan for construction, or we don't have one right now. We get one for construction, so that guarantees construction. Were One Energy to somehow go out of business during construction, that project would still go to construction because it's a construction loan. And then all the other part of it is, all public utilities are required by the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin to have decommissioning costs on hand. They have a line item in their annual report for the $700 million for decommissioning for all their generation assets. It's not just for solar, but it's for all their power plants and everything. So that's why it's worded in that specific way.
Okay, so, we have that language that we could, okay.
May I ask one additional question just with regard to that last statement? And then I think there's some other folks that had some questions. Is that all right? I guess from what your last comment was with the decommissioning requirements, you're referencing We Energies, who at this point hasn't purchased the asset.
No, I'm saying were a public utility regulated by the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin.
You're
to own
saying
the project,
One Energy is?
were they to own the project,
Okay.
they
Oh,
would
were
be
they?
regulated by the Public Service Commission and therefore would have to have decommissioning costs included in their annual reports on hand, basically.
Okay, that's my last question. Thank you very much for your time.
Dean, I would point out, I swapped some messages with the village engineer who's listening in, and he reminded me that the village and the town have coordinated on submitting a grant application with DOT for potential reconstruction of Rockfield Road in the next couple of years. There's no word yet on the notification of selection, but that will be probably around January of next year.
Okay.
Notification would be.
Yeah.
And then the project would be that same year.
I don't know about that. I don't think anybody operates that fast at the.
We'd have to
government
wait
level.
until see what the response is. Does anyone else have any other questions in regards to this? Ms. Bednarz?
I'm interested in this for one reason. I talked to Dean about being allowed extra minutes. However, there's important questions here. I did 7 hours of research. I've talked to attorneys. I've talked to other people in other areas of the country that had solar farms. And there's a lot of issues that were not discussed here tonight. First of all, the owner who owns the land leases his land to the solar company. There's 2 people involved. He gets paid a tremendous amount of money to lease that property out. That's why a lot of properties being sold to these solar panel companies. And here's what they said: because homeowners don't own the solar panels, they don't receive any tax credit or rebate. Local communities better be solid and give this a proper informed information to an attorney that handles this, because you're dealing with people who had these farms and they literally were told all these wonderful things in a contract and they were not done. And here's what they found. Who pays the taxes on the solar farm profit? Local assessor should determine the ordinance how the land is classified, because if the system is classified as a utility, the state gets the tax on it. And here are the objections. This really opened my eyes. And I want the people who are involved, and I know people, I went to Rockford, I looked at that place, I talked to neighbors, I knocked on doors, and none of them want this there. Here are some of the objections. Erosion can be done to flooding. They told the people in other states, oh, it won't happen. It did, because the land gets eroded. And it also
there's a contaminant from antifreeze in the well water. So I don't know if that would apply, but they did have that. They do not work when it's dark. So does this system, when it's dark at night, 10 to 25% less electric? It has to have backup batteries. Does this system have backup batteries? Because if something happens and it goes dark, who are you going to call? Who are you going to contact? And there should be backup. These are from attorneys whose clients really had problems, and this is what happens. The solar panels, now these are older ones, but they do not work when it's dark. They need sunlight to generate electricity. And are the panels, are they protected from electromagnetic pulses? What is the warranty on the panels? They are known to, usually a solar, they have solar, what they call solar orphans. They tell them this and it isn't there. Who's going to warranty the panels? Who pays for the warranty if something goes wrong with one of those panels? Who do they call? Also, does the solar installer, do they put backup batteries in the whole system? Is it connected to the main grid? Who pays for replacement batteries? And they lose 0.5% of their power every year. And if you don't have a battery backup, who do you call if the grid shuts down? And they a safe distance from neighbors, and this is what people are concerned about, is 1.2 miles. This particular place is surrounded by houses with a very few feet away from them, and it would affect property values. Most warranties will cover panels for 10 years. What's the warranty on the ones that the installer is putting on? Even the best ones are apt to damage. Are they waterproof? Another important thing. They're also known to produce solar heat. It's called solar island effect. And solar farms can raise the temperature. They radiate heat in the area. This is a big area, and it can cause a problem for the people in the neighborhood. They're not completely silent because they have inverter fans. The tracking, and they have tracking mechanisms. You mentioned the glare. They said there would be no glare. They had glare. Not everybody, but they were promised no glare. One guy said there was a halo around their house. They were very concerned about it. And zoning laws should prescribe parameters for noise levels, electromagnetic fields, emissions, setbacks, questionable effects on children in the area. And will the neighborhood benefit? It affects the ecosystem, animal migration, erosion of soil installation. Is it connected to a substation? Did the developer do a study how close it is to a substation before entering into agreement? A solar farm needs a transmission line to connect to the power grid unless it's located very close to a substation or a variable transmission line. If it's not, that line is thousands and thousands of dollars. The cost could be unbelievable. And what would make power more expensive, the ground soil becomes hydrophobic and it's unable to absorb water after a time. And that's what happens. They were told that would happen to them. It did to some of them. And during an outage, grid panels will not, they'll be shut down because does the system have a backup storing energy? If an agreement is who pays for removing the equipment, this young lady mentioned that. This is a recycling problem. Nobody wants those panels anywhere. Who's going to pay to get rid of them? And who's going to pay for that and get rid of? Where are you going to put them? Who's going to do that? Huh? This is a question people had problems with. Huh? I know, but I'm saying, I'm just reviewing it. And the owner of the land should have commerce property insurance, he should commercial, he should have business liability, and he should have product liability. And there are solar attorneys that should be looked at, and a deal should be looked at by a professional. These are a lot of items that were not answered and should be answered because they did happen to the people that had these solar farms. And it's really sad because it wasn't covered, and I feel it's very important because Germantown, I don't want our village to get stuck with some problems because we didn't have a proper attorney overlooking all these issues. It is important. There's a lot of details that should be considered. So I'm just, speaking for everybody.
Anybody have any other questions? Yes, Ms. Miller?
I have one quick question. Are there, you go in and you put in the solar panels, and you have a farm field. Do you need to use any chemicals to remove the current biological growth on these fields in order to plant the native flowers that you so have a beautiful picture of? Could you answer that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
So our, in the fall or early spring, depending on our access and permitting situation and commercial pathway, we plant a cover crop of winter wheat, winter rye, or oats. And that basically serves to establish over, a period of a few months, cover crop to essentially the idea is to prevent weeds from growing because they're not going to plant row crops in anticipation of harvest the following year. If we're going to construct the project during that year, there'd be crop losses, right? So we plant a cover crop, preventing noxious weeds. There is spot treatment of noxious weeds, but that temp seeding does a pretty good job of getting vegetation established. That also helps with erosion control. And then permanent seeding goes in after construction is complete. So there's like a summer of essentially having cover crop, one of those three species generally, followed by the permanent seed mix that very same year that it goes in.
Chemicals?
There's spot treating of noxious weeds.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for filling it out.
My name is Kimberly Anderson, North 132, West 18187 Rockfield Road. I am a town of Germantown resident, about 2 houses west of where this road would go in. I asked this gentleman to pull up that second slide to show us that aerial view again, because I really do want to talk about the entrance and how narrow that is, how close it is in proximity to Rockfield School. He talks about all of the stuff happening during the summer months. What happens if it doesn't? Right now, anytime there's anything happening on Rockfield School, the cars are parked all the way up and down. There's no getting construction equipment through there at that point. And those things happen sometimes during the day because it's kindergarten people that are just bringing their children there. It's a hazard because that road is so narrow to begin with. Now we're talking about bringing semi trucks into a very 60-foot wide opening, which if you know how narrow Rockfield Road is, that's a big swing. And I sell metal for a living. I know what 40-foot trucks look like. I do it every day. Those trucks do not belong on our road. Regardless of whether they're going to fix it or not, it's just simply a safety issue. I can talk about the residents on that road and that opening up. Fortunately, I'm not on that side of the road. I'm still going to have to look at it. And I believe that the property values around those 2 or 3 houses that are right there are going to diminish, which those property values diminish. It's going to mean the property values across the street diminish. Everything about this says no to me. I want to know what's in it for us.
Thank you.
That wasn't the one I wanted to see. I wanted to see the aerial view, the second one.
Tell me when to stop.
It was, yes, this is it. It's It showed it, I'm sorry, it showed it more in a photograph.
There?
I mean, come on, guys, look at this. That's hardly the width of the house. You're trying to get all that equipment in 60 feet? All of our properties are 120, 130 feet wide, correct, Kevin? Is that right? This is a half of a lot that they're going to be swinging those trucks in there. And I'm sorry, but it's not just about how it's going to depreciate our values. It's everything about this. I could talk about the trees that they're going to line it with. They said they're at 25 foot apart. Well, what is that? Is that 25 foot apart? That's a little bitty tree that's going to take 20 years to grow to actually give those people some kind of, cover that they don't have to look at this. There's nothing good about this. That's all I have.
All right, thank you for coming forward. I do have, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Susan Holmes. I am a Village of Germantown resident living on Rockfield Road at N132 W18002 Rockfield Road. I will be in a direct line of sight to the solar farm. I have had conversations with Mr. Fitzgerald and Mr. Murphy. They've been very gracious. I've also had many conversations with my neighbors and with the farmer who currently leases the land for agricultural purposes. The one question that I have relates to the gas line, which runs underneath Rockfield Road and supplies natural gas to the homes along that stretch, including mine. And my neighbors are concerned about the weight of the construction trucks on Rockfield Road. There is a weight limit on Rockfield Road. I do not know what it is, but I think that is a consideration, is if there would be damage to the gas line from the construction trucks moving in and out.
Does the town representative know what the weight limit is?
Are there bridges and culverts that go underneath Rockfield Road in any of that area? There's usually the weight restrictions once it has to go across a span of asphalt.
The road's too old, does not have any culverts, so if damage is done to the road, it is required by the state that we would have to fully grind the road and do a full replacement, which to date, there has not even been close to enough money in the budget, even with grant dollars, to cover that. We're at the, well past, I would say, almost getting to the point of being able to continue to make small repairs like that. And that's why we're very concerned about the weight. So to venture a guess, based on it being a semi and how those are loaded, we couldn't even take salt truck loaded on Rockfield Road. And this is gravel. It weighs low salt. Yeah. So that's why I'm concerned about it. So yeah, and grading equipment. Obviously the solar panels themselves aren't that much in weight. I don't know what the steel infrastructure is going to weigh, as far as being elevated and what it's on. I can speak to other projects I've worked on, but it's likely going to be more than old. And if enough damage is done, it would have to be replaced with culverts. And that would be something that would have to be addressed with that agreement and how much you'd be willing to repair. Because I can tell you right now, to do that.
Yeah, we would take responsibility for any repairs caused by.
But if it's full replacement, is that something you're agreeing to? Because
I'm not agreeing to that because I'm saying we would be comfortable paying for damage that we caused.
Excuse me for a moment. You have to come to the microphone if you're talking, because people at home can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I will relinquish the microphone. I was mainly interested in finding if the if there were to be damage to the gas line and disruption in gas service to the residents, how that would be handled.
I think they're normally,
You have to come to a microphone.
I will relinquish the microphone to the town representative.
usually the gas line is down pretty deep.
So I didn't think of it, but as far as damage to any infrastructure in the road, the only thing that would be any responsibility of a town resident would be a gas lateral going directly to your house coming off of the main We Energies gas line. The main gas line is what's currently under Rockfield Road, and that would be the responsibility of We Energies. So should damage be caused, that would be something that would get, generally reported by, in this case, if it's One Energy or their contractors, that's generally going to be called into We Energies by those contractors as a gas main hit or something of that nature. And there's a rapid response time that We Energies has to have. If there is a gas main, impact, that would be communicated to residents, and that's pretty rapid. And if possible, they really can't reroute much as far as gas, but it would be handled, pretty rapidly by We Energies. Was there another question?
Gentleman had a question that was walking up.
Okay, not for me though, right?
No. Carl Griffiths, N132W18136 Rockfield Road, Village. I actually own the property that is adjacent to the access drive. As a result of one of my previous visits here asking about the survey markers that I'd noticed on my property, Jordan directed me to One Energy. Peter actually took the initiative to reach out to me before I even had a chance to contact him. I've had multiple conversations with them. I can say honestly, they've been very open and honest to work with, very helpful throughout this process. And while I still remain a little split and agnostic on the installation as a whole, everything that they've been able to give me as assurances of what the project is going to look like and everything in their proposal has really eased a lot of my concerns with the project overall. And I don't have any major remaining concerns with it as far as anything that I'm aware of. I'm not going to speak to a lot of the other technical details, but one of my outstanding concerns, and I'm glad to hear that there is a roadway agreement or a road maintenance agreement possibly going in. My biggest concern was still the condition of Rockfield Road, because obviously now knowing that it is town, it is in poor condition. Obviously not something that this panel can do anything about specifically, but it's long past due repaving anyway. It's hard to fathom how much more specific damage can happen to it before it needs to be repaved in whole anyway. But the town obviously has discussed that, and I would have to relinquish any details to them. But overall, as being basically the main neighbor most impacted neighbor of the project, and possibly my selfish opinion, I have had a lot of my concerns addressed by One Energy, and they've been pretty pleasant to work with. So I would encourage anybody that does have outstanding questions, reach out. There was also a wealth of information in the attachments on the agenda for tonight that Jordan directed me to as well. So
Can
thank
you
you.
point your property out? Do you live on that property?
Yes.
Can you point it out on that?
Right here.
That's all right.
To the west of the access drive.
Correct. That is my driveway.
Okay.
When I purchased the house, there was an easement in place for that access drive. After some discussions with my lawyer, and it turns out that how old the easement was and everything, it's kind of defunct, but that I still have legally protected access, and have resolved a lot of that with One Energy just for my peace of mind. I understand that there will be impacted times during construction, the roadway improvement, that type of thing. But they've given me some pretty reasonable assurance that my impact to not be able to use my driveway will be limited as much as possible.
You said you lived in that house
Correct.
with, you have a family?
No, it's just myself.
Okay. Are you concerned at all about the aesthetics of this development?
I do have some concerns. It's been given a generous setback. My sightline specifically, due to the contours of the land, is going to be very minimally impacted. Some of my neighbors are actually going to be more impacted aesthetically than myself, just due to the shape of the land and where the houses sit. I am a proponent of green energy and solar renewables in general. I had a lot of questions about this when it was first proposed, why it was such a small installation, what the bottom line for it was, why it was being proposed, those types of things. But overall, I very much want to be someone who is not in my backyard person, because I think we do need to embrace renewable energy as much as possible. And there are going to be some trade-offs. For instance, right now, the current use of the land is agricultural. Current rotation of crops, this year it was soybeans, last year it was corn, alternates year to year. When there's corn on the field, it blocks my entire view of the north. I have a pretty nice view out the north side of my yard. The corn blocks it. Soybeans don't, corn does. With the setback of the solar panels, for me personally, I'm not going to speak as far as any other my neighbors are concerned. I don't believe those solar panels are going to block my view. The trees, once they grow in, hard to say, but a lot of my view that I do enjoy to the north is tree line and natural trees and other landscape. So I think the impact for myself aesthetically is going to be fairly minimal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Question.
Trustee Baum?
Peter, to address some of these concerns, couple of issues. My contractors, when I do projects, they can break down loads from one big truck to two small trucks. Is that something that your organization can do?
We haven't needed to in the past, but if the condition of the road is a significant concern and that's a preferred way of handling deliveries, I'd want to talk to our construction department about it. But I think, within reason, I think we can do that.
And then if in fact this road is going to be parked out with school people, would you work with the police department, local authorities to barricade off a certain segment of the road so you can make the turns into the property?
Yeah, I think that would be fine. I submitted in response to this concern a draft haul route. It's included in the road agreement, and it's basically the half a mile to the east of the project to completely avoid the school.
Right.
Carl had brought that up to me as a concern. Construction season for the project is not during the school year, but I understand, like, just having been by there, I have two elementary age kids myself. Parent pickup and drop off is a nightmare. I totally understand. So if we can avoid that, we should. And then basically keep travel across Rockfield Road to, I think it's 140 or 145 right there, right? That's the intersection about a half mile to the east.
Oh, half mile.
Division Road,
Division Road.
Highway G.
Highway G, thank you, sorry. It's 145 almost all the way up, and then, yeah. So, we're not trying to be bad neighbors. We're not trying to wreck anybody's road. I'm completely amenable to adjusting for that. Would it be okay if I addressed, Lynn had brought up, a litany of concerns
Sure.
I think deserve response. You had asked if there were batteries. No batteries are proposed. We can't add batteries without an additional permit being requested, to my knowledge, but there's no plan for batteries.
Which grid?
So if you don't mind, I wrote down all your questions.
What are you doing?
Let him complete his answers and then we can ask.
You had mentioned antifreeze contamination. We don't use any antifreeze on site. We construct our projects for the Wisconsin climate that we live in. So I've heard about, down in Texas, they had some inclement weather a couple of years ago that caused pretty massive outages due to the failure of whoever planned whichever projects to basically like plan for snow and ice. So a bunch of infrastructure from natural gas to wind to solar. I think solar performed pretty well in that scenario, but suffice to say, we don't use any antifreeze. So I'm not sure what would cause that. You mentioned darkness. That's true. They do not produce electricity in the dark. You asked about taxes. So my understanding of the way the taxation works is that under 50 megawatts, any generation project is exempt from personal property tax. But because this is agricultural use right now, and presumably, and this would be up to the assessor, but presumably would switch over to commercial use, the tax burden on the land would increase, and that would be our responsibility to cover. I have, in the course of our construction projects, I have gotten tax receipts from landowners. They have texted it to me. Seamus has experienced this as well. They send us a receipt. We pay for the often massive increase in taxes. You mentioned electromagnetic pulses. In the event of an electromagnetic pulse, all of our grid infrastructure would go down. It has nothing to do with the solar project, but it is certainly something to keep in the back of your mind. The warranty period is 30 years. 0.5% degradation per year is an industry standard that is understood across residential, commercial, utility scale solar. Solar modules are rated to degrade at approximately that rate. So excellent point. Property values, great question. It comes up pretty frequently. At the beginning of 2024, a meta-analysis of all the property values studies that have been done around solar came out in around January. This is peer-reviewed research. They looked at 1.8 million homes sited within, I think, a mile of a solar project, and they found basically a third of the time property values go up, 2/3 of the time property values go down, and the average was about 1.5% of difference. Most recent study that has come out, and the only study I'm aware of that includes a data set that includes Wisconsin properties, showed property values going up 2%. So it is, suffice to say, if there is a change in property values as a result of a solar project, it's very small. It's not going to make your property taxes plummet or property values plummet or anything like that. Are they waterproof? Yes, they are. Solar heat and the solar island effect is not something we've ever experienced. I'm aware of an additional kind of rumor that I've seen on Facebook and Reddit describing something called black body radiation resulting from solar panels 800 feet in the air, something along those lines. I've never seen anything credible related to that, but I have seen it copy and pasted in multiple places. Inverter noise, inverters do make a sound. It's akin to like a refrigerator. You can't hear them outside of 150 to 160 feet without any vegetation above ambient. So there's always ambient sound, and folks who conduct noise studies, basically there are sort of understood amounts of sound or volumes of sound in different locations. So there's kind of like a quiet rural basic decibel level. There's a more urban, there's a suburban, there's different settings essentially of decibel levels that are counted as ambient by engineers. We site all of our projects and design all our projects so that inverters and transformers are centrally located. Like I said earlier, they're dispersed, but they're not along the outside. So we try to design our projects so that you cannot hear the project above ambient at the parcel boundary. 150 or 160 feet is really where you stop being able to hear it. And the nearest adjacent residence is over 500 feet away. So we take that into consideration. There's also vegetation on the west side and on the south side, as well as a farm field on the east side. Where was I here? erosion control. We design, like I said, we design our projects with erosion control in mind. We also have to get a DNR stormwater permit, and erosion control management is paramount to them. So even if this project gets approved at the village level, we're not done getting permits. We still have to get a DNR permit where they evaluate our erosion control and stormwater management practices. But we're, constructed many of these projects all over the state. And the nearest one to here is in the town of Jackson. Hydrophobic ground soil suggests that the ground soil would not absorb water. I think that's what hydrophobic ground soil implies. None of the plants would grow if that were the case. This would not be possible. So I can't speak to hydrophobic ground soil outside of just the proof of seeing living, tons of foliage. Recycling, we work with a company called the Retrofit Companies for recycling modules. Sometimes modules can be delivered broken, or they can be, people can have accidents on site occasionally, and a module will get broken. There's a company called the Retrofit Company that we work with, and they basically drive a loop around Wisconsin, Iowa, Minnesota, places where solar installations are going in, and they palletize, you palletize the modules, and then they collect them and they recycle them. The modules themselves are made out of aluminum, glass, silicon, little bit of silver ribbon to connect the silicon wafers. But silicon is the second most abundant element on the planet after oxygen. Aluminum is abundantly recyclable. A lot of times they pulverize them down and make road glass out of them. But yeah, so it's actively being recycled today. And it stands to reason that over the course of the project life, there is going to be a significant effort. I mean, there currently is a significant effort to ramp up recycling of modules when we get to a point where projects like this are being decommissioned. It's very easy to plan for because we kind of know the project life. The veg screen, you had asked if we're using like tiny little saplings, they're planted at 4 feet tall, 25 feet on center, and the species generally, there's a handful of different species that we are proposing as potential. It'll really depend on what's available at nurseries at the time. But what we're proposing, they generally grow to around 15 feet in diameter. So that would be a pretty consistent cover, pretty good screen, pretty good opacity. And we plant them at that height because that's the best survival rate that we've found. If we plant them when they're too big, they tend to die. If you plant them when they're too small, they tend to die. The best survival rate is kind of, that we found, kind of a rule of thumb, around 4 feet tall. That's all the notes I took.
No. Is he forced to be connected to that?
I think there's a big misconception right now about what this is. It is not a community solar project. Community solar, which I think also someone mentioned, sorry to point, didn't mean to do that, that there are people who are stranded. They're promised solar projects that will work, and then they don't, and the company goes away, and no one's there to operate it. That can happen in community solar markets where the model is essentially, and it used to happen more often, but there's been more regulation in the states that kind of pioneered this. But what can happen is or the model, I should say, is essentially construct the solar project, and then you sell subscriptions that are voluntary to people. So it's sort of like paying just under retail rate for electricity to get solar. So say, our retail rate here in We Energy's territory is like 13.5 cents or 13.7 cents per kilowatt hour, right? So if there's a community solar array that you could subscribe to at 12 cents per kilowatt hour, it sounds like a good deal because you're getting your electricity more cheaply and presumably close to where it's being produced, which is nice. What can happen in some cases, and I think it's given kind of the whole industry a bad name, is that the the developers have allowed those subscriptions to happen, and then they, okay, you got it subscribed, and they sell it to someone else who's managing the subscriptions, but their operation and maintenance approach is lacking. And there's, the developer isn't held accountable, and there's not an incumbent utility who owns it because it's a community solar, third-party owned project. And there's no one necessarily accountable to the people who are ratepayers who are subscribed. But in this instance, one of two things has to happen. Either the incumbent utility buys all the electricity and resells it because it's among the cheapest kilowatt hours on the grid today, or they buy the asset and they sell all the electricity from it, where in either scenario, they have a vested interest in keeping operations and maintenance as high as possible so that the project, it has uptime as close to 100% as possible. It's like built in to this model as opposed to the community solar model. So I'm saying, I'm really in the weeds on this. I'm sorry about that. But I just want to be very clear that you aren't, you're not subscribing to it. Or there's nothing coercive about the way the electricity works. It's the cheapest kilowatt hour on the grid, and it's going to the nearest load.
It supplements the grid. It doesn't, it's not the grid itself. It supplements it.
It's part of it.
Right. Mr. Heffley?
This won't take long. I'm the financial guy, so I'll ask the question. Tell me about the tax flows, the tax revenues, because obviously the landowner's going to make money. You're going to pay him on the lease, whatever that payment is. I'm sure it's substantial. He wouldn't do it. You're making money by selling cheap energy to the grids to get your profit. I was not clear. I don't think you asked the question. Did the tax revenues flow to the village or not?
That's my understanding, yes.
Your understanding, or you
Yes,
know that
that's
for
my
a fact?
understanding, because
That's
I'm
an
now-
understanding is not the same as that's what happens.
Yeah, that might be a question for them,
For who? For whom?
for the village.
If
How would the
we were
village know that?
receiving tax revenues from that property today, we would continue to
I'm
receive.
not, I'm not talking about the property, the improvements to the property.
That would have to be reassessed, including the improvements.
Who reassesses for
The assessor.
improvements?
Our assessor would have to
We are,
look
so
at it.
our assessor will do a solar farm assessment. And again, the lady said it here, what's in it for Germantown? It seems like there's nothing. There's something in it for the landowner, there's something in it for these guys. And when we do development of any kind, isn't it usually the village is saying, okay, is there anything in it for us? Because is this not some sort of development? Jeff, this is development.
Certainly.
Development usually brings a higher tax base or something.
So
That's my
today-
question. That's my
I think-
question. That's my question, and it wasn't answered, but I like
So-
that answer, please.
That's a great question. I think we spoke to it earlier, and I don't know if, so it's currently assessed agricultural use. And so it would presumably by the assessor be reassessed to commercial use, which generally is like a 10x higher, some 5 to 10x higher tax bill. That's my understanding, but I'm not a tax assessor. We don't have any insight on Germantown's assessor approach, it's, I appreciate the question. It's a good one. It's thoughtful.
It's the cost of the project. I mean, it should go up exponentially.
We don't have a commercial arrangement yet. We need to get a permit first.
All right, well, we could probably stay here most of the night and go through all the questions, but just a few more so that we can go, complete this agenda item and then finish the rest of what's on tonight's agenda. Go ahead, man.
Hello, Katie Widmeyer, N132W17882 Rockfield Road, right across the street. That's my view. You're right out my living room window, and that's what you want to do. Yikes. I have 3 children that live in the residence as well. I already can't allow them to ride their bikes to school to Rockfield, which is less than a mile away. And now we're going to add this. Please, everyone, come and look at our road on Fridays while we have the buses, everybody leaving for work, and all of that, all of the people racing to get their kids to school. Now let's get some construction things and the access points on that road as well. It already, like other people have said, it doesn't fit, and it's just an accident waiting to happen. My other question is, you obviously didn't take the time to talk to the town of or the town of Germantown before doing any of this. And, you know, we're so worried about pollinators and all of that. Have you communicated to MMSD, who owns the whole wildlife prairie that is across the street? That is where that water flow goes, that all of the migration that is there to protect, those fences will now limit that wildlife. Did you contact them? I asked a pretty good question there.
Notified, yes. Sorry, I thought it was rhetorical. Yeah, we sent them a mailer.
Okay, great. I was just curious because, you know, it didn't seem like we were doing a lot of that. There was some charming pictures with goats and all of that we're going to be doing the maintenance and everything of the upkeep. Do you guys provide that, or is that just an aesthetic thing for your sales pitches, or is it like you work with people who you know are going to be sheep farmers on this land at the same time? Because
Is that rhetorical? Asking?
yeah, I'm actually asking. Sorry.
About 150 acres that are grazed currently. The most common way projects get grazed is if there's a grazer that shows up to a meeting like this and says like, hey, can I graze? Or if somebody refers us to a
So then it
grazer.
would be
In
bringing,
this case, we do not have any proposed sheep grazing.
Then we'll-
That's not the vegetation maintenance approach here.
okay. And then we've talked about a lot of the roadways of Rockfield Road, and I was actually, oh, he's not here anymore. The railroads. I wish that railroad representative would have stayed here to talk about the one on Rockfield Road, because if you think that our road already can't handle these heavy trucks, I don't know how we think that that crossway is going to survive. And yeah. Yeah, exactly. Uh, that's just not really the way you want to usually go about it, but, you know, I don't see what the positives are on this, and we already have a foundation coming in. They did a whole controlled burn and doing all of the things to maintain the wildlife and preserve that. We have the town of Germantown, who has been like doing a great job of helping us hold on to our agricultural roots in our community. At least that's sure how I felt about it after I moved there off of Holy Hill Road, which is now, well, we all know what that is now. So, I just don't see the benefit that it brings to the area, besides just my own saying, well, it's going to be really ugly for me to look at. I'm worried about the wildlife and the road, the safety of my children, and those on Rockfield Road. How many projects have you built that are actually inside residential neighborhoods? Of all of your projects that you say, oh, they're all great, are they that close to homes? Because I've read that they're supposed to be a much bigger barrier than just me across the street.
So we have projects that are closer to homes than this one.
And how long have they been running?
Several years.
And there haven't been any negative environmental impacts on,
This is positive environment.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Projects like this have benefits to wildlife. There's more wildlife on.
Not when you're putting up deer fences that I see and watch all of deer, turkey, coyotes. I've read that solar panels are a deterrent to birds. There's a whole bunch of hawks and all of that live on that preserve that is directly across the street. So you're saying that they're good for that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's when there's more bugs, more pollinators on site, more birds feed on the bugs. There's a whole ecosystem benefit.
But they already have it in place.
No, they don't.
It's a farm.
Right now it's farmed.
I'm talking
Just
about
farmed soy this year
I'm
and
talking
corn
for the prairie that's a wild preserve, a nature preserve that is across the street from that already has all of these pollinating flowers and all of that
This
in
would add to
place
that, yeah.
in that neighborhood. So now we're going to bring in another one, but now it includes fences that are blocking off the migration.
If I may,
patterns.
if I may.
Yeah, is there a pointed question? Or are
I feel
you,
like I've asked a few of them.
and he's answered most of them. but you seem to be going, you know, a little bit more randomly now. So do you have any?
Sorry, I only had like a few hours. I didn't have a lot of time to prepare. I appreciate hearing that because I'm hoping that means that we're going to have time to to put this away, not today.
All right, couple more questions and then we got to wrap it up. Questions, please.
Yes, sir. I too live right across from this place here. My address is N132 W18153 Rockfield Road. I do live in the township of Germantown. And I do have concerns and was asking questions about the road because the road is not capable of handling commercial trucks. This is basically, the question is how can you put a commercial zoned area, 34 acres in a rural small subdivision? We were just talking before about the other thing next to a railroad track, and that probably wasn't very appropriate. And yet here we have 34 acres right across the street from me with some trees that have leaves on them sometimes of the year. And I have concerns that my property value will go down. If it goes down 2%, that's still money out of my pocket because they want to put a solar farm. There's lots of other places to put solar farms around, not in a rural subdivision, right through somebody's yard. And so that's my thing that I'm saying I am against it, totally against it. And I'm not against solar farms. I'm against a solar farm right across the street from my house in a rural subdivision, a quarter mile from a school, and the road cannot handle this. The road is not a normal width. Okay, so that's my thing.
Thank you. Did Mr. Latinsky reach out to you or did you reach out to Mr. Latinsky?
Seamus can speak to that.
We reached out to Mr. Litinsky along with many other members along that electric line. Some of them did write into me. I met with all of their folks.
Microphone.
We did reach out to Mr. Latinsky along with many of the neighbors that had parcels of that general size, 30 acres, 35 or higher. Multiple neighbors did reach out to me. I talked to multiple, I visited multiple places. And so it was a larger effort than just Wayne specifically.
Also talk to the Rows.
Sorry, was that?
Did you talk to Mr. and Mrs. Rao off of Goldendale?
I don't like to agree with them, but a first name that started with a K.
Possibly.
There is one Rao that I spoke to that is in this additional mailer as well.
Okay, thank you.
Jenny Hetzel, N132 W17857 Rockfield Road. I live diagonally across from this proposed solar farm. Still want, what's the direct benefit to me? If I have to look at this thing and that little tree line that has 4 feet trees, you're going to be here 30 years. How long is it going to take for them to be of substantial size to cover that? And I'm coming diagonally, so I don't think it benefits me at all. What is a direct benefit to me?
Seamus can speak to that.
So here in Wisconsin, we don't produce any of our own natural commodities. So we have no coal and no natural gas under our own ground. So the benefit to everyone here is that you will generate your own power in your own community to be used at your own home.
So will my electric bill go down? Will my electric bill go down?
That is the actual technical specifics of how it happens. To your question, if we as a grid do not put these types of assets on, what was that? Closer. If we do not put these types of assets on over time, we will not be able to keep up with the increase in electrical demand that is widely reported across not just Wisconsin, but the entire country.
Do you have a
So
source for that?
to electrical demand,
Yeah, for me to look that up.
I'll be happy to grab one for you right after this. The fact of that, I appreciate
It's
that.
not a debate.
Yeah, electrical demand is skyrocketing. So the reason for We Energies is that it's the cheapest kilowatt hour on the grid. So to your question specifically, if you have two grids that are supplying you power, one has a renewable generating asset that's on this distributed line, that price of electricity will be less than a grid that does not have its own generating assets. Full stop. So that's the benefit, is market dynamics to the people in the grid. My mom's in Hartford. I grew up in Washington County. First project I ever did was for the Washington County Humane Society. Solar generation keeps prices lower.
How much? Can you, I mean, give me specific numbers?
I cannot.
Um, right now, this is my view, diagonally across the street. I really don't want it to be this. I don't think anybody does, and the 4-foot tree line is not going to help for quite some time. I do have safety concerns, Googling it, it's Google, take it for what it's worth. Goes back and forth, safety-wise or not. Every site gives you a different answer, but I'm not convinced it's totally safe at the distance where I am at for my kids. I just feel like it's going to benefit, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, the landowner does not even live. He leases out or rents out the home that is on Rockfield Road, so he doesn't have to look at it.
All right. I do appreciate everybody coming and all your comments, but we do need to progress on. I do have two comments that I received via email. One says, I noticed that One Energy is on the Plan Commission agenda this evening for a CSM and site development plan. One item that I have noted with solar farms in the state of Wisconsin and experienced down in Racine County is that the construction crews installing the solar farms are sometimes breaking field tile that drains the site and not repairing the tile. This has an effect not only on the property in question, but also surrounding farmland properties. Communities are struggling with the construction oversight of this, but I want to mention this to Germantown staff for consideration in discussions regarding the development of this site. While I am uncertain if there is drain tile on this site, the 2015 WDNR photo shows wet signatures throughout the site. Thank you for considering this in your deliberations, and that's from Brian Deppis. One other one that I received was to the Plan Commission. As president of the Germantown Historical Society, I have the opportunity to speak to many local visitors who comment on the beauty of all the natural rural settings at Dinesville Historic Park. The northwest region of the village of Germantown has been kept rural, which makes it attractive to the residents of the village and to other visitors. So we feel a solar farm would detract from the natural environment, not to mention just how efficient a solar farm would be during Wisconsin winters. Thank you for your consideration. And that's from Jim Dix, who is the president of the Germantown Historical Society. All right, with that, we need to move forward on the agenda. So, is there anything else to add, Jeff? Or, I'm sorry, Jordan, I think this was your presentation.
Yeah, I just want to remind, depending on what the recommendation is, the added condition addressing a road use agreement, probably best to do it between the town, village, and the applicant for good measure.
Right, because it does trade throughout, correct? I mean, it's their responsibility, our responsibility for road repair.
Well, I guess your segment that they're showing in their haul route from, is it Division, right? Yeah, that is shown on our map as town of Germantown, but seems prudent to have the village involved with looking at the agreement as well.
Since it's happening on our,
Yeah.
in our area. Okay. Commissioners,
Question.
trustee Baum.
I'm trying to formulate a motion and I've got a lot of open-ended questions that I still need answers. Do you want me to make a motion to approve this stuff and then table this till another meeting? Or do you want me to table it to another meeting and then
Well, if you table it, we can't have discussion. If you
postpone
it, there can be discussion on the motion.
Okay, then I will postpone this until the first meeting of November.
Okay, for gathering of additional information and also for
To get all
resident
these,
input.
all these agreements that go back and forth between the town of Germantown, the village of Germantown.
All right, we have a motion. I need a second. Motion made and seconded. I do agree. This is our first solar farm. This is like our first experience with this. And there are a lot of questions about it. And there's also a lot of concern. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the people that we have here tonight. And a lot of their concerns are warranted to be addressed in one way or another. And I think part of this is for us to get more information about it. We need some more input from residents, and also we need an agreement with the road replacement, because we're not going to say to the town of Germantown, hey, it's your road that they're driving on. I guess it's your problem. Not fair, not going to happen. So I think for something that's this big and impacts these many people, I think it needs a little bit of a delay and postponement so that we can get more information and be a little bit more transparent at the next meeting as to what those concerns are for each of the residents and have answers to some of those questions.
And
Retzlaff.
Can the plan commission members give specific direction and or list of the things you're looking for?
yes.
Because a lot of the questions that were asked this evening, I heard answers being provided by Peter that seemed to be reasonable.
I'm just concerned, the reason I seconded it, or I thought I did anyway, is the agreement with the town. It's not set up, so it gives us time to do that. The rest of the questions I thought you answered very well.
Okay, so we need to work out the details of
with the town.
agreement
With the town and have them an opportunity to talk about it as well. Everybody's got first blush, and obviously they're concerned about a lot of ways that it not only impacts them, but also what its effect is going to be on the road and how that's going to be covered. So rather than rush that through to have those details worked out later, I'd rather have them worked out sooner. And then we can have a full discussion based on all the answers.
So that was my only thing. If you had others, you have to say it. I don't know what they would be. I thought he answered.
No, that was my biggest thing, is that the town has not gotten on board with this, and I need the town, instead of us forcing this upon them, I want them to be in lockstep with us.
Ms. Heng?
I also think it would be beneficial for you to reach out to the sewage district with their Green Seams property nearby to discuss the solar project with that team.
All right. Any further discussion on the motion? Yes, George.
Question. So this road use agreement, is the meeting postponed indefinitely or just until first meeting in November? But if that agreement isn't in place or they don't accept it in writing, then it continues to be postponed? Or?
No, I think it can be brought forward, but at least it gives the town of Germantown some time to discuss and talk about what their needs are.
Okay.
And that approval language that you guys were talking about, I don't think it ever got resolved. That, Jeff, you wanted that language in here that if this doesn't get approved, we withdraw the approval. This doesn't get approved by We Energies, we withdraw our approval for the project.
Right, what I had heard from Peter's presentation was that they won't move forward with the project. It won't happen unless We Energies does one of two things.
Right, buys it or takes the electricity.
So it would be redundant for us to include a condition saying that this approval, if it's granted by the village, is subject to We Energies doing one of those two things. However, sometimes redundancy is okay.
Do you want the redundancy or not?
It's up to you.
Okay, then I want to make sure that that is in there, that if We Energies doesn't approve the project, then we revoke our approval if we approve the project.
Are you making another motion right now, or we're just
Well, what do we-
postponing?
Yeah, we're
So
just postponing,
You're
but-
giving him information to come back with.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
Jordan has the road amendment on there. He should also have that on there as well.
All right, further discussion.
You want to just? No, I think,
Yeah, just put it out there for, what did you get?
And 60% of Class A, it's at about 23,000, oh, sorry. It puts you at about 23,000 pounds. And, per your comment, an average semi unloaded weight is about 36 ton, which is going to exceed the weight limit by the roadway. And I looked at both summer and winter requirements, because winter is a less weight,
Mhm.
and it doesn't meet either one.
So that needs to be worked out.
Yeah, unless it's
Road
a,
thing
unless
has to be
it's
worked
a
out.
farm and like you're the farmer, it, only a farm truck is an
So,
exemption.
Needs to
Yeah,
be
that's
worked
it.
out.
All right, further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Thank you for coming. Thank you for staying with us till 10:30. We appreciate it very much. Gentlemen, I thank you for coming prepared and having your answers available. You guys have obviously done this before and always had a good answer, a good solid answer, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Let's win.
What's that?
Solar panels don't work at night. When did that happen?
It's, you think I- Next item. New business, item E. Truck Country of Wisconsin, Inc., agent for R.A. Steinman Legacy LLC, property owner at North 128 West 21795, Highway 167. Site plan review for a 37,700 square foot commercial truck and sales facility on a 15.9 acre parcel located in the southeast corner of Holy Hill Road at I-41 interchange in the Holy Hill Gateway District.
Folks, can we take our discussions out in the lobby, please? Folks, please.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Give us more information, background on this new business item. We'll turn the meeting over to Director Retzloff.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you indicated, Truck Country, Wisconsin, agent for R.A. Steinman Legacy LLC, the property owner, is requesting approval of site development and building plans for a 37,000 square foot commercial truck sales and service facility on a 15.9 acre parcel located in the southeast quadrant of the Holy Hill at I-41 interchange, as shown on the screen. The property wraps around the Holy Hill self-storage. Also, as you can see on the screen, property located in the Holy Hill Gateway District. A couple more views of the site. The existing use, Caston Marine, there's 5 buildings on the property that will be raised as part of the site improvements, along with the rail siding that'll be removed. Truck Country of Wisconsin, part of the McCoy Group, was founded in Shullsburg, Wisconsin in 1958. Truck sales and service with 26 facilities in Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, and Wisconsin. This particular facility would be relocating from the Granville Business Park area on 107th Street in Milwaukee. The 15.9 acre site, again, in the Holy Hill Gateway District, the former Steinman Lumber and Caston Marine boat sales and storage operation, rezoning to B5 highway business, and a conditional use permit for the truck sales and service operation was granted in November of 2023. This site's graphic simply shows the proposed location relative to the Holy Hill Gateway District. The proposed building, a rendering of the building from the northwest corner of the site. Building improvements include, again, 37,700 square feet of commercial building area, approximately 16,000 square feet of service area, just under 15,000 square feet of parts warehouse, and about 7,000 square feet of miscellaneous office areas. Materials and architecture, painted exterior, precast concrete wall panels at just under 31 and 27 feet wall height with a white, gray, and red painted finishes, as you can see in the renderings. Aluminum low-E framing and window systems. Additional elevations of the proposed building are here. If need be, we can look at those more closely and slowly. Where did that come from? It's not on my sheet.
Yeah, is that one proposed?
That's one of those stray voltage things, huh?
Green Bay Packaging.
Yeah. Again, the renderings around the building. The proposed site plan. This graphic shows the site plan with the landscaping. As we've discussed in the past, when we go back to the rezoning and conditional use permit discussions in November of last year, this development is dependent upon the extension of water and sewer utilities to the site, as well as construction of a public road along the east side of the property in an area that's now used for a private driveway that serves the Holy Hill Self-Storage Facility. That right-of-way, as we speak, is in the process of being acquired by the village through Truck Country and will ultimately be constructed as a frontage road. High Point Pass is the proposed name at this point. This graphic shows the current design of the frontage road facility. This graphic is sort of tipped on its side. North is to the right, west is to the top. The Holy Hill Road is on the right side. It runs parallel north and south on that axis here. The proposed High Point Pass would be constructed in 3 phases to create a 4-lane divided roadway, public roadway from Holy Hill Road from the north to the south, just past the south, the main entrance into the Truck Country facility, and then taper down to 2 lanes with a cul-de-sac, temporary cul-de-sac just north of the railroad as shown on this graphic. This next graphic shows in a slightly more schematic and maybe easily more interpretable drawing. The yellow shows the proposed 4-lane to 2-lane roadway on the east side of the property, highlighted in the red boundary. Site improvements again include raising the existing buildings and rail siding, constructing 1 primary driveway from High Point Pass south of the Holy Self-Storage Facility into the proposed Truck Country property. Construction of paved parking with 76 vehicle and 130 truck stalls. Construction of an on-site stormwater basin with storm sewer throughout the site. Internal site landscaping and lighting around the building and parking area. And also removal of existing billboard in the southwest corner of the site to be replaced with new signage to be determined. This graphic shows proposed utilities. Again, if you want me to slow down and stop, just shout out. The proposed grading, and you can see the stormwater basin in the southeast corner of the property. A landscaping plan broken into the north and the south on these graphics. And I would point out, as I indicated in some detail in the staff report, there are a handful of wetland areas across the property, all of which were deemed to be artificial with the exception of 1. Wetland E is generally highlighted with the yellow dashed box on the south side of the property on the left half of the graphic on the screen. The right half of the graphic shows in solid red that area of the wetland that is a regulated wetland that is proposed to be filled. That fill area is just under 6,400 square feet or 0.15 acres. There's a general permit application that's been filed with the DNR and is under review. I would add that typically wetland fill applications such as this under 10,000 square feet are generally approved with no requirement for any sort of compensation. The decision is expected relatively soon from the DNR. In terms of staff comments, again, this proposed development is consistent with the 2050 plan designation and the B5 zoning district, highway business zoning district that was assigned back in November. High Point Pass to be constructed in right-of-way acquired by the village, design and engineering to take place through the rest of this year, with construction to be completed in 2025 to coincide with the opening of the Truck Country facility in the summer, late summer of 2025. Water and sewer to be extended from Holy Hill Road to the site by way of High Point Pass. Again, the wetland filling that's proposed is subject to DNR approval, and that application is pending. terms of comments, I distributed a revised staff report on your desk this evening. I inadvertently left out reference to an October 1 memo from the village engineer with some additional, I would call them more housekeeping type corrections that he's asking for in the plans that were submitted. Those are highlighted in the staff report, and I supplemented condition number 6 to address the need to address those concerns in comments from the developer prior to the issuance of building permits. Village Forester has reviewed the plans for landscaping and is fine with the plant types, quantities, and installation specifications. The issue of street trees along High Point Pass needs to be coordinated with the Village of Germantown when High Point Pass is constructed. At this point, the staff recommendation is to approve the site development and building plans for Truck Country, Wisconsin, and their 37,000 square foot commercial truck sales and service facility, subject to 11 conditions that are included in the staff report. Truck Country and R.A. Steinman Legacy are represented here this evening. If anybody has any comments or questions you'd like to make, please shout out. Chris Johns is here. You want to jump up and have anything to say?
Jump up.
I tagged you. Sorry.
Oh, yep, push the button. There you go.
I'd like to thank everyone for their persistence on tonight's hearing. And this project to the path that we got here.
Thank you.
Make a motion to approve the site development and building plans for Truck Country of Wisconsin, Inc., including the 11 comments.
Conditions.
Conditions, yes. You seconded?
Yes.
Motion made and seconded. Trustee Baum.
You guys are aware of all these changes that happen here? You're good with all that? Okay. Giving you a chance. All right, that's all I got.
Any discussion on a motion to approve?
I would just like to note that I'm going to abstain from the vote.
Okay. Further discussion? No further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None opposed, one abstains. Motion passes. Thank you for staying with us. Appreciate it. Next item on the agenda is item F, Newman Developments, agent for Renwood North LLC, property owner, property south of Freistadt Road and Pleasant View Drive, final subdivision plat for the Renwood North Addition Number 1 subdivision, Renwood North Phase 2, containing 26 single-family lots on tonight's agenda for action. Give us more information, background on this new business item. We'll turn the meeting over again to our associate planner, Jordan Yankee.
All right, thanks, Mr. Chairman. This is a final plat proposal for Renwood North Addition. Well, wait a second. Final plat proposal for Renwood North subdivision, addition number 1, or otherwise specified as phase 2. Newman Developments, agent for Renwood North LLC, the property owner, requesting approval of final plat of subdivision for addition number 1, phase 2, i.e. 26 out of 95 total single-family lots within the northern portion of Renwood subdivision. And this is located, as you can see here, which probably most people are familiar with, south of Freistadt Road. This is the northern portion of Renwood, and the little shaded area or the white configuration within the overall thick white line is essentially what you're looking at in terms of phase 2 with those 26 single family lots. Another image here, this is the approved preliminary plat that was approved originally in 2018 involving the entire north and southern portion. And then that red area would be this phase 2 of the overall northern 3 phases now. This is just for good measure, the southern portion that's complete, that has access off of Country Air. So again, Village Board approved the preliminary plat 2018. Total plat area is 145 acres. There's total 142 single-family lots, and then there are 60 multifamily units. The northern portion, again, 95 single-family lots, and this phase 2 is 26 single-family lots. There's some more statistics. We can come back to them, but I'll move on. Here's the proposed final plat again with the red area showing the lots and that phase 2 portion of the north. And Public Works completed the inspections of improvements completed to date. There was a updated punch list that we are recommending, and the conditions be complied with certain timings. But the punch list has 31 items actually, and we wanted to call out that as we move forward with these public improvements, and the village ultimately inspects them on an ongoing basis. Surveyor reviewed the proposed final plat and provided comments in the memorandum that's attached as well, and a condition refers to that. And some comment here, there was a letter with 3 revisions from the Department of Administration. We are conditioning this that they get a revised letter basically saying no objection, or that they don't have any further comments. Declaration, covenants, conditions, and restrictions of the subdivision was recorded in 2022 and are included in the packet. And so with that, staff recommendation is to approve the final plat of subdivision for Wrenwood North number 1, or addition number 1, which is phase 2 containing 26 single-family residential lots. And that was subject to the 4 conditions noted in the packet. Not sure if the project applicant is online or here, but I do believe there is a neighboring resident that has stayed several hours for it. So take any questions.
I'm going to put this on the table. I'll approve it. I'll make a motion to approve the final subdivision plat for Wrenwood North addition number 1, phase 2 containing 26 residential units for discussion.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion, trustee Baum.
Okay, the resident who is sitting in the back of the room has contacted me several times. There's a belief that there is misconstruction done on the property. I do not know whether that is true or not. How do I get to the bottom of whether berms were built the right height, whether the road is put in the right location, whether the road is graded properly? How can I make this resident comfortable that this has been built correctly according to the plans that were approved?
Do you want to take that one, Jeff? Or?
Come on forward.
Sure, come on forward. Yeah.
Let me jump in. With regard to the road construction, as Jordan pointed out, there is a punch list that was created between the developer and village engineering staff who inspected the road. And to my knowledge, that punch list doesn't indicate that the road's in the wrong place. There are some things that need to be cleaned up. I don't have that specific list handy, but we can go through it.
Yeah, it was included as
For all the things that are in there, but it's a typical list of things that need to be corrected before the village Public Works and Highway Committee would accept the improvements as required under the development agreement. So that process is ongoing. The approval of the final plat is a multi-step process, this being the first one. And typically, we like the subdivision to be constructed and completed to a point where we feel comfortable recommending approval to the village board, subject to final things being done, and the assurance from the developer that they will be done, in addition to the letter of credit that we already have put up by them to ensure that the improvements can be completed. As far as the berm is concerned, the berm in question has to do, I don't know, can you bring up the final plat on the graphic? There is an outlot that's shown on the final plat. It runs along the east side of this particular red shaded area. It's 16.5 feet wide by about 1,400 feet long. It was shown, originally it was intended to be, and is shown on this graphic as a right-of-way for the benefit of the property owner to the east. That owner, Sue Bernard, is here this evening in the front row. And as we heard going back to 2021, when the North Renwood preliminary plat was being discussed, there was concern that that 16.5 foot right-of-way was for the benefit of her, but she couldn't use it for access to her property further south. The wording in this, on this note that's tipped sideways, reads to the benefit of the property that lies to the south 20 acres owned by Sue Bernard. Is that correct, Sue? Yeah. And at the time the preliminary plat was being discussed, what was presented was a layout of the Renwood North that would include the future construction of 2 roads, public roads, that if completed or extended through the Bernard property would provide access to future development there. One of them being Mistletoe Road as shown on this graphic, and the other one a little bit further south. I don't know if you can zoom out. Yeah, there you go. And that'll be constructed as part of phase 3 for Renwood. So ultimately, there'll be 2 public streets that be constructed to the property line abutting the Bernard property. So there'll be the ability to get access to her property from 2 points. Now, what that means or doesn't mean is that right now you can't just simply go to the end of those roads and just walk out onto the property. On Mistletoe Road, there's a relatively steep embankment that would have to be graded when and if the road is extended further into the Bernard property to serve any future development. Right now, the presumption is the Bernards have been getting access within their property from their property to the north, and that ability to do so would continue on unless and until they want to pursue some further development of their property in the south portion, where they would need to extend a public road to service that. Now that outlot, the developer originally proposed to dedicate it to the village. The village said, we don't want it. So what they decided to do was to put in a low-level berm, supplement the existing tree line, to remove the invasive species from that tree line, and then supplement with additional plantings. We do have a landscape plan that was included in the packet that shows the additional trees that are to be installed within that 16.5 foot wide outlot. It's now known as Outlot 8. That will, again, as I mentioned, will include this low-lying berm. The reason given for the berm not being more than that or higher than that is simply because the desire to not further impact the root system of the existing trees that they're trying to preserve in there, and to not encroach into the backs of the residential lots that are being created.
Trees been planted.
No, the trees have not been planted yet.
But they are going to be planted.
You have a-
To
Do you have a
That,
copy of the plan? Or of the landscape plan?
Yeah, it was in the packet, but I have it.
Oh.
yeah. What, that plan was included in the packet, but
Thanks.
now we've had the village forester review that plan, and it's sort of gone back and forth to respond to his concerns and comments.
And if I could, the new tree species plantings have been approved by him. The remaining thing is that he is asking for an assessment of the existing trees that may have or may not have been damaged recently with the construction. So we were waiting on that, and that's why we added a condition in for the village forester to accept that by a certified arborist.
Well, the trees that they took down, they took a lot down. You can see right through there now. And that, I would not call that a berm. That's been placed there, there's the speed bump in front of the high school cafeteria is taller than that. So for just starters, like any plant they put on there is gonna look lost. There'll be taller thistles next to it. the plants that they took out were blocking 100%. And I understand they want to get rid of the invasive species, probably to satisfy getting their final approval, which makes sense, but a shin-high berm in a couple places isn't gonna do it with, you could multiply the plants by 10, it ain't gonna do it. And it needs, the berm needs to be higher, it needs to be built. You just don't cover the root systems up on that. It doesn't need to be 12 feet tall, but it,
Quite substantial with left.
there, right, well, there's room. There's big windows that a berm can be put in. It doesn't have to be like a berm in the industrial park. It can undulate and have topography to it, but you know, I will agree with her, what they ripped down and opened up is like, hello, and then they just kicked in, I mean, they were done in a half a day. It's very, very minimal. It's, I wouldn't call it a berm by any means.
Have discussions with the developer.
What would you like us to tell the developer? Because the berm
Yeah.
wasn't a specific requirement of the preliminary plat approval in the first place. It's unfortunate in hindsight that the existing tree line, albeit full of invasive species, has been removed because I believe Ms. Bernard is more interested in there being a visual screening to the extent that it's more opaque than certainly what's there. But since 2021, we've been telling the developer to reach out to Ms. Bernard. We've had conversations with Ms. Bernard, asking her to reach out to the developer and to get together, talk about what she would like to see done there. And depending upon, frankly, who you talk to or who you believe, none of that took place. Neither side, both sides say they tried to get a hold of the other side, but nobody talked to the other one. So at the end of the day, the developer decided the village wasn't going to accept dedication of this 16.5-foot wide strip. And so they went in and cleaned it up, proposed this berm and said, this is what we're willing to do. I agree. I would have hoped for something in terms of a berm being higher to actually provide some sort of
Privacy.
better, more naturally appearing sort of buffer or basis for an additional buffer, but it's not what was provided.
Hopeful the applicant was here. I'm not sure if he's online, but it
Yeah,
doesn't look like
I've got
he's-
nobody.
Yeah.
The unverified call-in user has left the room according to the message. So.
And it's, as long as it's built according to this plan, the only thing that I can't, that is missing is they removed more trees than, but they're all invasive species. So if I get berms that are showing this, they're not great, but it's gonna take time to rebuild this. It's gonna take time for all this stuff to grow.
It doesn't even have a 3-foot berm there.
In some places it is. Some places it's not.
It's a rag berm.
It's
They dragged a dozer through there and kicked up some dirt, but it's not really to any final grade or any final prep for anything, for planting or even protecting what the trees are there. It's not at all what was perceived or talked about when we go back all the way to the beginning of that initial plat, to make sure that this lady's access to her property was provided and protected, and that her needs were met in regards to what she wanted to see on that side of the property. And I remember the guy sitting here going, yeah, we'll take care of it. We'll take care of it. Well, he's not taking care of it.
Okay, then we go back to the developer and
Bring him in.
bring him in.
Bring him in. Well, we don't have to give this approval tonight. Bring him in.
Okay.
Put back pressure on what he said he was going to do for the resident. And if they, for whatever reason, can't meet outside of this room, then let's put them both in this room and work it out.
I'll make a motion to table this until our next meeting, when we can have the developer come in and discuss it.
Postpone or table? You said table, I'm just asking.
Discussion, postpone. Postpone it till next meeting. If you guys want to talk about it more, we talk about it more, but.
Well, I
We're up in the agenda before all.
Yes,
That's a reasonable.
yes, that's fine. I'm fine with that. We're first on the agenda.
I was just going to say that we probably would want to take advantage of the opportunity and ask Ms. Bernard what she's hoping the outcome to be and what her plans are at this point.
You have a drawing, Ms. Bernard?
They're turning to you and saying, what would you like to see? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. You gotta come. Mine's on. She's coming up. Okay. I'm getting yelled at from the back room. You gotta come over to the microphone.
Could you come to the mic, ma'am? Can you just speak into the mic over there so people can hear you?
Here, we'll bring the mic to you.
Thank you for staying awake.
Thank you for staying.
Okay, so I don't know where, okay, Susan Bernhard, North 120, West 14709, Freistadt Road. Some of the narrative I'm giving you, you've kind of already covered, but I'm still going to say it. I own an 80-acre farm adjacent and east of Brentwood subdivision. We raise crops, lease out some of the fields, have a horse operation with training, kids lessons, and boarding horses. I see quite a few problems occurring with this subdivision right next to my farm. First of all, they took down almost all the entire tree line between my farm and Renwood. Yes, there was some invasive species, but there was also some very nice tall trees there. And my daughter sent you, hoping not too loud. I thought my daughter emailed all the pictures to everyone, so you can see that there's nice tall trees there. And the people riding in the ring after they were taken down was just aghast. They couldn't believe they took them down. Anyway, my outdoor riding, I hope I'm not too loud. My outdoor riding arena is about 160 feet from the lot line and the tree line that doesn't exist anymore. In the past 6 weeks, I have had 2 of my horse riders fall off their horses from the horses reacting to all the noise and commotion going on in the subdivision. Very, very unsafe. Also, when we drag the arena to loosen up the footing for the horses, the dust goes through the air toward the subdivision where the houses are going to be built. I think you have pictures of that, or you got a video of that or something.
My apologies to your daughter. I thought that I got this as I was dashing out the door. I thought it was a neighbor complaining about your dust.
Well,
My apologies.
so you didn't get the pictures or not?
Oh, yeah, we got them.
Oh.
Yes.
Yep.
Anyway, so we drag our arena, our outdoor arena, about once a week. So there's going to be a lot of dirt and sand and dust going onto these houses. And they're not going to be happy about that. So anyway, you know, it's going to go on their windows, their car siding, their outdoor patio furniture. Oh boy, this is going to be a major complaint to me for many years to come. You people have what, a three-year term? I live there. I have to live with it after your 3-year term, okay? So I would like to have your permission to build a earthen berm, and I would like to have that extended, but the primary or the main focus for safety reasons are to have the berm quite a bit in front of my riding arena, so I don't have people falling off and getting seriously hurt. Okay, next paragraph. When they cut down the majority of the trees, there were 3 gigantic berms, 3 gigantic piles of mulch left for cutting down the trees. I called Ryan from Newman Development. I never did get his last name. In August to see if I could get those piles of mulch put in front of my riding arena to help prevent the problems with the riders. He told me that they would be using that mulch to make the berm on the right of way. And then they would be planting prairie seed on that. As of today, there's barely any berm. It's mostly flat. I have lots of pictures for you. There's no mulch on the berm, okay? But there's a gigantic pile of mulch in the back of Renwood subdivision that I really could use, but it's just piled in the back of Renwood. I find it necessary to have a long, to have a long berm along part of my, it's 11 o'clock, on part of my lot line. I need one also along my horse pasture, which is almost immediately adjacent to the lot line where houses are going to be built. My horses, or horses in general, are very afraid and very reactive once people start digging and building and pounding and whatever else they do to build all these houses. I think you have a picture. I have had a horse severely injured from trying to get away from a loud noise. And that's what happens with horses when they're have to get used to really loud noises. Also, I have an electric fence for my horse pasture. And sometimes deer run through that and break the fence. And I'm worried that my horses might get out and run all over the Renwood subdivision. Wouldn't that be wonderful? You know, all over their grass. Okay, so that's another reason I'd like to have a berm. Also, it would help keep the kids and the dogs from trespassing and bothering my horses because the new houses will be right exactly next to my horse pasture. For these reasons, I would like to have a berm. I would like to build a berm there also. Regarding the proposed berm, I plan to have Doug Cook, a local contractor and neighbor, help me install the berm, and will probably be also enlisting Wendland Nursery for additional help, probably for the planting and any other expertise that they might have. I have marked out on the plan berm with some flags. I just have one picture. It's kind of hard to see the flags. There's one picture. They're small flags and I can't really take a very good picture of it, but basically it's going to be about 10 to 12 feet high, hopefully 30 feet wide and about 1,000 feet long, but I plan to do it in 3 different phases. Obviously, the first phase would be the one in front of the riding arena for safety purposes. I do understand that the berm will need to be graded properly and planted properly. I saw the pictures of the one energy place where they had all kinds of native flowers and things, and I do plan on putting that also there too. Okay, regarding the 3-foot berm that was to be installed on the 16-foot right-of-way, now called an outlot. Thought that was to delineate the area from the property owner's land. So this is the right-of-way that's maintained by, I believe, the HOA, Renwood, is that what they told me? And that's not actually available to the property owner?
I'm sorry,
Outlot, the 16.5-foot right-of-way, that's supposed to be maintained by the HOA, Renwood HOA, and it's not to be taken care of by the property owners, is what I was told.
That's correct. The HOA will take care of it.
So I thought that the 3-foot berm was supposed to kind of delineate where the outlot was. Anyway, there's only one very small area that actually is any kind of a berm. The other areas are either totally flat or gently sloping, and a lot of it, or the part more south, isn't finished at all. It just has lumps of dirt and twigs, and it's not even finished. It's not anywhere near a berm. I recently spoke to the Blaze contractor. Well, actually, I talked to him today. They were planning on doing the tree planting like very soon in the next couple days, but the berm isn't even finished at all and there's no topsoil on it. So I don't think they should be planting trees on that right now. But when I talked to them, they said, well, because of the rain, they might delay it a couple days, but they were planning on doing it very soon this week. So I think that they should be called off and the berm should be planted or built. Okay, regarding the Renwood driveways, that's supposed to give me access to my landlocked 20 acres. I see a few problems, which you've discussed already. The driveway to the west, is that, what street is that? Mistletoe? The driveway to the west is almost I measured it 65 inches lower than where my land is. So first of all, there's going to be really a lot of erosion and runoff, especially in spring. What's going to happen? My dirt and maybe trees, and there's a lot of rocks there. That's going to all fall on the road, right? Yep. So I'm trying to figure out how that's supposed to be an access to my field. Am I supposed to dig a trench to get to my property when it's 65 inches higher? I think,
It's not, it's
said
not
that-
access to your property today. It is a dead end road that doesn't connect to your property. It is a dead end road that doesn't connect to your property. It is stubbed to your property line. Yes, there's a 65-inch grade change. If you sell your land and a developer comes in, that developer will drop that grade down to align with this street.
But that seems like I'm gonna have to like rearrange a lot of my grade on my property.
If you sell it to a developer, the developer will do
Doesn't
that.
seem right either.
That's
I
what they
shouldn't
do.
have to do that.
That's what they do.
Like I said, I feel like I have to dig a trench to get to my property.
That's what they do. That's what developers do. Yes.
Okay, that's nice. Okay, and then also the road on the south, I forgot what street that is. That's also a 3-foot grade. And that's also going to, in the spring, be a lot of erosion onto their nice blacktopped road, right?
That's their issue to deal with.
Okay. The 3 maps that I have, it looks like the road from Mistletoe does not give me access to the 20 acres. I have 3 different maps. I don't know if I can hand this out. Can I hand it out?
I believe I included those in the print offs. If you sent those, Sue.
Well, to me, it looks like there's a little line of trees. And it looks like my lot line for the 20 acres goes right through the middle of the trees. And where their driveway is north of that. And I know you said on the plat that it shows that it goes there, but the plat doesn't show where my 20 acres starts. So anyway, yeah. Oh, so you did get the maps?
Yes.
I don't know, I can't. So I mean, did they totally, they know exactly that access is on my 20 acres and not on my 40? Because according to what I see, it gives me access to the 40 acres, but not to my 20.
I guess to Jeff's point earlier, with the punch list that was added and talking with our engineer, they haven't pointed out that road on the plat is incorrectly placed. Now, if this is going to be tabled or continued, postponed, whatever, obviously we'll have
Well,
discussion.
It's already done.
Yeah, I know, but just to verify, because you're asking the question again. So if it's going to be postponed, we'll get that verified.
There-
But there isn't any correction noted by the engineer, so.
Their plan is not required to connect to your 20 acres or your 40 acres. It is to connect at this location, whether that's on 2040 or straddling it. It's based on that plan.
That was not what I was led to believe the whole entire time. Nope.
But the future extension of what is Red Holly Drive in phase 3 or through Outlot 6 as shown on this graphic on the screen will provide access to the 20 acres.
Yes.
Mistletoe is at a point where it could provide access to either the 40 or the 20, depending upon which direction the road is extended through across your land.
So in your email to me just last week, it said that that gives me access to my 20 acres. Those two roads gave me access to my 20 acres, right?
You may have to go through your 40
No,
to get to your 20.
that's not, no. Oh, it was supposed to give me access to my 20, not go through my 40. What happens when I sell my 40? And what happens when I sell that? Then they're supposed to go through somebody else's land to get on my 20? I mean, that's the whole reason I gave up my right of way, because they were giving me access, two accesses to my 20 acres, not the 40, 20.
I don't know what the agreement was
I
specific.
wrote Mr. Retzlaff trying to get an explanation because Mr. Yankee told my appraiser that those roads were not supposed to give me access.
No, he did
Then
not,
you
he did
cleared
not
it
tell, no. he
That
did
was
not tell.
misphrased by your appraiser, but that's neither here nor there.
Okay, but anyway, Mr.
Two
Red,
roads that have been, that will be constructed at the end, by the end of this Renwood North project that will provide 2 points of access to your property. In addition to whatever other means of access,
property or to my 20 acre property?
they said to your property, one to the 20, the other to the 40 and or to the 20, depending upon how the road is
Okay,
extended.
that's not what I understood at all this time. Okay, well, okay, so you are looking into that and you said you tabled it because of,
I don't know what you're asking.
I'm talking about the road, you had brought up just that the roads weren't in the right location per the plat.
right.
So if and when this is postponed or tabled tonight, we will make sure to have discussions on that prior to having it come back to verify that they built the road per the plat.
Built the road per the plan.
Yeah, because you said it was in the wrong location earlier, potentially. So we will check into that.
Well, I think this has been, again, I think this is a really, really big problem because I was always understanding, Mr. Baum also, that those two roads would give me access to my 20, not access to the 40 and then going across the 40 to the 20. So I guess that's a big point of contention.
We'll have to confirm that.
Pardon?
We will have to confirm that in our discussions
Yes.
because this drawing that is in front of me does not show where your 20 and your 40 stop.
Yeah, I know.
So I can't
That's the problem.
Make that determination.
Right, right. But that's why I sent a couple of those maps because it looks like in order to get access from Mistletoe onto my 20, it looks like you almost have to go through that, that planting of trees there, and it doesn't. The road that's there already existing is north of that. Okay, so that's, we better get that figured out. Okay, so just on a separate issue, I just wanted to bring this up because I feel kind of cheated about this. When Falcon Drilling and Blasting were blasting right next to my house for months and months, that was always fun. One of the last blasts that they did in December was extremely strong. My whole house shook. It shook all the windows rattled, and my gigantic 6-foot picture window was cracked all the way from one side to the middle. I did talk to Quint Miller, he was the project manager. He said, oh no, that would never happen, but it did. So obviously, they're not gonna pay for it. It's gonna be extremely expensive to replace. I don't think I should do that. I'm not the one that was blasting. I'm hoping that maybe you can come up with some kind of resolution for me regarding that, because it's gonna be very expensive to replace. And Renwood, they needed the blasting. But unfortunately, my window got cracked very badly.
When did that happen?
Excuse me?
When did that happen?
That was, I think it was in December. Oh, I have a letter here. They sent me a cover letter, but he didn't have a date on it. So it wasn't this past year, I think it was the year before, when they did the blasting.
Yeah, it's,
For like 3 months.
the cover sheet that you sent us earlier today had I think it was September 7th date on it, but it didn't have a year. So,
Yeah.
no. That's why I'm wondering what was it? It wasn't this year, obviously. So was it 2023 or is it earlier than that?
It might have been 20, I think it was 22.
Because the,
That they were just blasting all the, I mean, gigantic rocks. So I think it was then, but you know, they said they're
22
not
when
going
they
to
did
cover
the
it.
Blasting, and when all of the blasting took place.
Okay, so this is I'm summing up, I'm sorry, because it's almost 12. Okay, so when this subdivision was voted on, I was here. And I begged the plan commission to have either a berm or a fence between Redwood and my farm. Neither was done. There seems to be several failures in that. So we have a working farm. That entails manure, smells, flies, loud farming equipment, harvesting crops. And we spread our manure on our fields as farmers do for fertilizer, sometimes in the spring, sometimes in the fall, sometimes both times. I foresee a lot of complaints about this. A working farm right next to an upscale subdivision such as what is there now is like trying to mix water with oil. I think you can maybe see how this is going to be a problem. I do suggest that the people buying the houses or land in Redwood be made aware of these conditions, that they're living next to a working farm with all these different things that it entails.
They have agreed to put that in a title issue or something like that?
The issue was raised with them and as late as today, the response from the developer was somewhat, I'm not sure how to characterize it because it was in an email. But the response was essentially, I'm not sure we need to point out the obvious that this development is adjacent to a working farm.
We will discuss it when they're here next.
Okay, well, anyway, I think that's a very good suggestion. They need to know that they're living next to a working farm. Okay, and just regarding the berm, I know that I could maybe I might possibly be able to put a 10 to 12-foot fence on my property line, but I think that would not block off the noise and the dust that I think is going to be happening. So time is of the essence. I don't want any of my horse riders to fall off anymore. I don't want my horses running through fences and getting hurt. So I'm hoping that I can get the berms approved without going through a lot of, what else you might make me do. I don't want any more people getting hurt. So far, no one's been hurt seriously, but that certainly can happen. Oh, and Mr. Retzloff, when I talked to him, suggested that once the houses are starting to be built, that maybe there's a lot of extra dirt that I could use for the berm because they wouldn't have to haul it very far. They'd have to just go across the property line. Thank you for your attention. I appreciate it. And I do have, and I should pass this around because this isn't the scale. I'm not an engineer, but I thought I was supposed to write, I showed you approximately where I plan to have the berm. It's not anywhere near right of way. It's not anywhere near utilities. It's at least 20 feet away from the lot line where Renwood is.
The village does have a specific permitting process for berms that are installed along property lines that are greater than 3 feet in height. So there's some specific requirements as far as setbacks, requirement for undulation, pitch.
Your contractor can come forward and get all those criteria.
Well, and that's what's called for is a plan that's sort of an engineered plan that shows those details. When you what you're showing or what you described was a berm that's 1,000 feet long, 10 feet high, 10 feet high,
12 feet high.
30 feet wide at the base.
Because that's what I have to have in order to get it that high, I understand.
Okay, did the person who's helping you figure out those dimensions and such?
Doug Cook, my neighbor, put the berm up on Freistadt Road, which, you know, you're aware of him.
Right, so did he,
He's helping me because he knows what to do about berms, but
okay,
I'm not anywhere near the right of way where his problem was.
right.
I'm very far away from the right of way.
And do you have any idea where you're gonna get the dirt from at this?
I talked to the Blaze contractors and he said he could provide me with all kinds of dirt and all kinds of, mulch. Who else did I talk to? I talked to somebody else.
Well, you're not gonna put organic material in a earthen berm,
That might be an idea.
It'll decompose.
right? you-
Guess not.
Yeah.
It'll crush
That would be a good idea. It makes wonderful mulch.
Well,
Compost and-
on top.
Right, but the berm 10 feet by the next year, it'll be down to 8 feet and then year later, it'll be down to 4 feet.
Right.
But
No,
so
well,
that's why we need whoever your engineer is to work out those details.
but I mean, you said yourself to me in person that once, if, maybe this would work as when the houses are dug in the Renwood subdivision, they have to probably go somewhere with the dirt. They'll have a lot of extra dirt. Maybe I could use that instead of them hauling it 20
It's
miles.
certainly a possibility, but again, I think you'd have to coordinate that
Yes,
with the developer
Yeah.
and come to some agreement on how that would happen.
yes.
And, you know, even their road construction, there may be some dirt they're not accounting for in their plans yet, or they can adjust that at some point. I don't know, but
And again, I'm not proposing to do it all at once because that would be too hard to find dirt that much, but I need it for sure in front of my riding arena to prevent any more hazards of people falling off.
Come in at the next time, can't we?
Yeah, we
See
can talk
what
to 'em.
they say first
Yes.
before you.
Yep.
Let's hold off on any more discussion on this until the next meeting, and then we will hammer it out with them while they are here.
That's November which one? 11th, November 11th. You can be here, ma'am? We won't go as long. You'll be first.
I just need to get going on something for my riders so they're not in danger with all the stuff, commotion that's going on over there. Now we're having a meeting in November, then it's going to take a long time to figure out if you're going to make me go through the hoops about getting everything organized with the berm, and it's going to be February before I can get anything done. So somebody gets hurt, I guess it's not my problem.
We're gonna see what happens when we talk to them on November and what we can work out for you in some of these concerns that you brought to us, so that we have both of you in the same room and then we can get the details hammered out.
Just one last thing. You're talking about the undulating berm, because I was trying to draw that out. There's no undulating berm in the 16-foot outlot. A lot of it's just flat. There's no undulating anywhere. Okay.
So then is there a way to stop them from putting trees on it
They will have to take the trees out and replant them. If there's no berm there, they're required to put at least the 3-foot berm in there, but you guys will call tomorrow and inform them that they have to come before this meeting. So,
And Jeff, can I ask a question?
Yes.
When they, when do the trees, the street trees that are on the plan in phase 1 go in to the yards that are now getting completed? That just on a schedule or?
there's some provision in the development agreement that speaks to when they go in, but I don't recall what that is off the top of my head.
And then, is it the HOA or the village that goes back then and, because the HOA has covenants on X amount of plants, X amount of trees, ornamental versus hardwood. So now that the houses are being completed, is there, somebody check that, or is that the HOA that would check that, or the?
The development agreement requires that the covenants include provisions that in turn require the property owners to install, or the developer, a couple of trees and a handful of shrubs. It's spelled out in the, it starts in the zoning code. Then it's in the development agreement, and then in the, that's one of the things we look for to make sure it's in the HOA covenants, and then it's up to them to enforce that. With that said, we do drive around, once the homes are installed, and clearly landscaping is done just to sort of double check. I mean, we did that through Blackstone Creek. There was an issue many years ago where we caught them. What's the one over on Wasaki Road, just south of Mequon? That one too had some issues where,
Ponson, whatever,
yeah,
Prairie and Ponds,
well, south of Mequon,
oh, south.
Very.
Prairie Glen. There was an issue there where the street trees were required to be installed at some point after all the homes were in. And then the letter of credit that was posted, somewhere along the way that wasn't enforced. And so we ended up having to make them put in the street trees when they did the north phase of the development.
The only reason I ask is because now there is a fair amount of them. There's like a mad dash in there getting done right now. And a lot of the homeowners aren't aware. They're just told they need 2 trees. So trees are going in, which aren't, I don't know how picky we were about 2 maples, 2 oaks, 2 locusts, 2 this, 2 that, but now they're just going in.
We, the village, didn't get involved in specifying what types of trees other than deciduous or evergreen.
I just mean, as far as street trees.
Oh, as far as the street trees?
I'm saying, well, Newman said I have to have 2 street trees, or the salesperson said I have to have 2 street trees, but then, yeah. So I don't know if it's something they should be like pushing harder that they provide the street trees and that they have the plan.
Well,
for the
I
street
would bring it up, we can bring it up with the developer in November, but to my knowledge, the developer is responsible for installing the street trees, not the individual property owner.
Yep. That's in a roundabout way. What I'm saying is there's just a loss of communication between them right now.
We have a motion for.
You do, you have a motion to postpone.
One really quick question. I
Sure,
promise.
thank.
Does Germantown require grading certifications for each of the lots and for the outlots and the stormwater detention?
Yes. As part of the as-built drawings that are required. In this case, the development agreement requires as-built to be submitted to the village prior to the issuance of any building permits or certificates of occupancy. And we've been making that clear to the developer that that's reminding them that's in their development agreement, knowing full well that at the end of this process, people are going to be clamoring for building permits, and we're going to be begging for as-built drawings like we are with every subdivision.
Do the as-bills then include the outlots too, or just the actual buildable lots?
The outlots, yes, everything. And then when the home building permit is to be issued, there's a follow-up comparison certification so that there aren't filling a lot. There's a process if somebody wants to adjust the lot grades that are on a master grading plan.
I don't miss that process at all. Very familiar with it. Thank you.
Kevin's involved in that. Kevin Driscoll, our village engineer, he's probably laughing right now as he's listening to this meeting.
If he's still on.
So he'll know what we're.
Says yes, grading as-built include outlots.
All right, further discussion on the motion to postpone. No further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. It takes care of all items on tonight's new business agenda, which leaves us with citizen input, public appearance. If there's anyone within our audience or joining us via WebEx who would like to participate in citizen input or public appearance, you're welcome to do so at this time. If you're going to be doing public appearance and you're within our audience, please fill out a yellow slip and turn it in so we can get your name and your address correct for the record. And please present your name and your address when at the microphone so that those that are watching know who you are. Is there anyone wishing to participate in citizen input or public appearance at this time?
Okay, there seems to be a theme this evening. This is Melanie, N140W17938 Cedar Lane, and that is communications. And I appreciate the comments about transparency and having patience with people who may or may not understand the process. I think all that's very important. And once again, the minutes do not include the actual content or subjects of public comment. And I think that's a standard in all of the other meetings. So I'm asking once again that that be included. That's why we write out those sheets. I do have a concerning issue to bring forward. It was brought to my attention that there was an exchange via email between some residents and the Director of Planning. And it comes off as being sarcastic and snarky, and I don't think it's appropriate. So I'm going to ask that, I know that sometimes people are annoying and they don't always understand what's going on. But part of the job is being professional and taking the high road. And so I'm just going to ask that please try and be patient, even though sometimes people are very annoying with their subjects. So I won't read this into the comments, but it's to do with the flower source. And I think that an apology is owed to the people. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Anyone else wish to come forward for citizen input or public appearance? Okay. Any announcements? We are adjourned. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for watching, and have a good night. It's a nice initiation, Russ.